Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good folks of the algorithm. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope everyone is well. I hope everyone is having a great weekend so far. And shout out to all the people who's about to experience this severe weather that we're about to have up in New York that's going to start in the morning of Sunday morning. Please make sure if you live in homes that you have enough oil. If you live in apartments, make sure that you have everything nice and comfortable. And if you have to travel, if you have to go to work, please have a survival kit with you. And I'm talking about blankets, a water, a knife, all that in your car with you during this horrible snow weather that we're about to have happen in about maybe like 10 to 12 hours. Okay, especially for my people that's off north and everything. Please, I am begging you. Okay, if you don't have to go out, don't go out. If you can do any last minute shopping to get snacks and stuff like that, please go ahead and do it. We are about to see 8 to 14 feet of snow. This is very, very dangerous. A lot of people will be snowed in. So it will only be us first responders and stuff like that that's going to be out trying to help good folks. So just make sure you're really, really, really taking care of yourself, all right, during this time. And also, even my people that's from the Midwest, even down to the South, y'all are getting temperatures that y'all normally are not used to. So make sure that you stay safe and stay warm and stay hydrated. Keep water with you at all costs. Okay. But I am so happy to see all of y'all that tapped in. Make sure y'all hit that like button for me. I truly appreciate it. Or hit the down button. It still helps the channel. And just share this out with anyone who likes this type of commentary. And I want to say I apologize for coming late. I wanted to come early, but mom duties call. Okay. I was having a cool time on the phone with my honey bunny. So that takes precedence. I hope y'all can understand that. But I hope everyone is doing well. So before we start off, I want to just say hi to all my day ones, my mods, and everyone who already have came into the chat. I truly, truly appreciate you. We have Sweetheart. Thank you so much, dear. Thank you so much for being here. Happy weekend to you, Saturday to you, and I hope everything is going well with you. Hey, Miss J, que lo que, mami? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Hope everything is going well with you. Truly appreciate you being here. King Cosme, King Kamikaze, I'm so happy to see you. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. I hope everything is well with your family as much as possible. And happy Saturday to you, sir. Happy Saturday. Let's see who else we have in the building. Let's see. Lark, how are you, Lark? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Saturday to you, sir. I hope everything is well with you and everything is good with your family. All right. So I do have 3 cases for you guys. I hope that you enjoy them. I'm still trying to go down the list of how many cases, and some that have gave me cases that they want me to review. So I'm in my little trusty book and I'm trying to go down the step by step these cases and stuff like that. So if your case haven't been seen yet on the channel, just bear with me. We will get there. We have more than enough time to get there. So I do appreciate anyone who do send me videos and stuff that they would like me to review on this channel. Okay. So the first one that I have for you, I think it was very interesting. It had to do about a dad realizing that his 14-year-old daughter may be a killer. I thought that this was very interesting. I'm wondering what happened. You know how I feel when we have cases in regards of children, but we do have to share them when they're victims as well as when they are the perpetrator. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull up my screen and we will get into it. All right. I hope, pray to me, pray to the YouTube gods that I don't have any craziness going on. And remember, it's bad weather out here. So hopefully we will get through this without any interruptions. But if we do have interruptions, please just go ahead and excuse me, and I apologize for it. All right. Let me go ahead and pull up my screen. I hope y'all can see this. And here we go.
She handicapped, laying down.
And her father, he's really caught in the middle of this tragedy. On the one hand, his elderly mother has been murdered. On the other, his daughter accused of the heinous crime.
Sorry, we should go through this again.
This is Vladimir Koval, a poor father who has just realized that his own 14-year-old daughter, Sofia Koval, took his mother's life, and he finds himself in the crossfire of this tragic crime. Both Vladimir and the detectives will realize that the signs behind this unthinkable act had been there since the beginning.
She's fairly aggressive now, so she was even more aggressive then? More aggressive.
Signs that were missed, and signs that this story is much more than it appears.
She was crying for mama, she was speaking about war.
It was just after midnight on May 23, 2023, when Vladimir Koval returned to his apartment in Lauderdale Lakes, Florida, after a rare night out with friends. An immigrant from Ukraine, he had recently moved into the apartment with his daughter, 14-year-old Sofia Koval, and his mother, 79-year-old Yevgenia Koval. It was supposed to be a safe escape from the war raging in their home country, a place where they could all start over and live peaceful lives. But when Vladimir walked into the apartment that night, he realized his life was never going to be peaceful again. His mother laid on the floor, beaten beyond recognition. She was 79 years old and had survived World War II, living under a dictatorship, the fall of the Soviet Union, and finally the war with Russia. And tragically, after overcoming all of that, her life had been snatched from her in her own home by her own granddaughter. Sofia stood next to Yevgenia, sobbing hysterically with blood on her clothes and face. She repeatedly told her father that she was sorry and had just been defending herself. Horrified, Vladimir called 911. His mother was rushed to a nearby hospital and was sadly pronounced dead on arrival. Now he was forced to process the reality that not only was his loving mother gone, but the person who meant the most in the world to him, his daughter, was the one who had killed her. The following footage was kindly provided to us by the Broward Sheriff's Office in Florida.
You understand what perjury is? No. So perjury is lying while you're under oath. So I just swore you, and so if I find out you're lying to me, you can be charged as a crime here with that, okay? Alright. Obviously we talked off record already once, but I want to go on record with everything so we have it all in here. Briefly tell me, you came over, when did you come to America?
1996.
Oh, so you were over in 1996?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you bring your daughter over here then?
September 15, 2023.
All right. So were you kind of going back and forth, or how did? So you lived over, you went over there and you brought her back?
I was there living
Okay.
in Florida for 7 years,
Okay.
and I was traveling back and forth
All right.
to see my family.
All right. And then, did you bring your grandmother over here, or your mother, her grandmother? Did you bring her over at the same time?
No, she came in 2015.
So your mother had been here before.
She's been with me all these years till now.
So she comes over here 2016, and then you bring your daughter over in September of 2023. I mean 2020, yeah, 2023. So kind of just, so did your grandmother fall and break her hip, or what happened with that? How did that
Hey,
happen?
stay strong. It's good to see
And
you.
what-
I'm glad
what
that you
was that?
got home. Thank you so
The time
much.
she fall on January, I would say
You don't. So it was the end of January.
end of January.
Okay.
She just came from Ukraine.
Okay.
And 4 days after she broke.
All right, so I'm stopping it pretty early because number one, rest in peace to this poor lady. She survived all those situations in her homeland, Ukraine, just to be taken out by her granddaughter. What I want to know is the intent behind it, and I think one of the reasons why the detectives is asking the dad pretty much the timeline to the point where the daughter was over here, and also when the mother got over here, because they wanted to see if there is a history of some form of abuse, whether or not if he sent his daughter over here to do the deed for him of taking his mother out. That's a possibility why they're asking him this question, because if you really think about the whole timeline, it doesn't necessarily make sense. The mother was brung over here since 2015. He came over here since 1996. He said 1996. He was able to bring his mother over here in 2015, and then the daughter was brung over here in 2023. I'm wondering if it was any animosity from the daughter to the grandmother, that the fact that he brung his mother over first before he brung over the daughter. I'm wondering if that's a possibility to this attack that she did on her grandmother. There's many ways that we can go about this situation. Nonetheless, it's still a horrible situation because you love your child, but now your child pretty much took out your favorite girl in your world, if I'm going to put it in the most lamest term. You know what I'm saying? The way how you feel about your mother is very unique. That's a very unique relationship, something that cannot be severed or reduplicated, or replicated, due to the fact is, if you have a good mother, right? Because we know that some people don't have good mothers, but if she's a good mother, and I'm believing that she was a good mother because he brought her over there first. You would have to wonder why she would do that to her mom. Her grandmother brutally beat her grandmother in that way. It's really weird. It's really sad. But let's go on a little bit. Let's go. Oh, he said, "Where's that?" Oh, he might be around. Stay strong. He might be around. Let's go on a little bit more.
So she was traveling back and forth to Ukraine.
Okay. She was traveling to Ukraine for her dental.
Okay.
And I go to pick her up in January.
Right.
So basically, I traveled to Poland,
Okay.
pick my daughter, and drop my mother
Okay.
for going to Ukraine, check on property and so on. So I took my daughter. She went to Ukraine for 4 months. At January, I brought her in.
The Koval story is the story of many immigrants making their way in a new country. Initially, Vladimir came over by himself in 1996 to make money for his family and build a life for himself as a young man. He visited Ukraine often, where he fell in love with Sofia's mother, and the two had Sofia in 2010. Yes, believe it or not, someone born in 2010 is somehow old enough to murder someone else. When the war ramped up heading into 2021, Sofia's parents decided it would be best for her to follow her father to the US, where she'd be safe. Her grandmother, Yevgenia, would be able to help raise her, at least until her mother could successfully immigrate or the war came to an end. Sadly, neither of those came, and by 2023, something in Sofia seemed to snap.
Now, since Sunday, has there been any problems between your daughter and her at all?
Not really.
Okay.
We have, I don't remember what the date was. Okay, today is already 20.
Yeah.
Okay, on 11, no, we didn't have a problem. I brought her in, and we have no problem.
But there was a problem before. You said there was one instance where your daughter raised a hand to her?
Yeah,
supposedly?
that was back in a, actually it was, let me say, it was, okay, I brought her in. It was probably like a January.
But your daughter never hit her, right, at all?
No, she never complained. Mom, no complained, but she noticed that, you know what, she raised her hand on me to hit me.
Uh-huh.
But she didn't.
Would she, like, talk back to her at all, or?
Nothing.
Okay.
I didn't notice because grandma, she's silent, she's very peaceful.
Okay.
She never argument. She never have anything to say.
Alright. And then now today, we talked off record about the pool. I guess your daughter was being a little aggressive at the pool, you were saying, or kind of acting different?
Something like that different. I don't know. It was reason because she doesn't sleep, or she was.
So let's walk through that on the record, actually. We'll go on that, actually. So, I guess, so basically, today is now Thursday. So Tuesday into Wednesday, you told me your daughter didn't sleep at all, right? Is that what happened?
She sleep, but we went to sleep like at 4 o'clock in the morning.
4 a.m. And you woke up around like 8 a.m., you said?
Yeah. 8 a.m. Just making a decision, bring her to school or not.
So now, why was she like hyper? Or?
She was crying for mama. She was speaking about war. I don't know. She was complaining that that nobody listened to her.
So far, it seems that the father is making the plea for his daughter of possibly being or suffering from PTSD due to the war in their homeland and literally being brung over while the country is in the midst of a war. She's saying that she had sleepless nights. She was aggravated. She was crying for her mother. She didn't like the separation of leaving her mother in that country while she's over here. All of that kind of makes sense. We do have to take into consideration when you're literally in wartime, that is very traumatic. Trying to survive that, being separated from your loved ones while some wasn't able to travel with you to another area that's a little bit more safer. That is all traumatic in itself. So I will understand why he would take that into consideration. But my thing that kind of stood out for me is the fact that did your daughter have a relationship with your mother when she was in Ukraine? The mother was brung over in 2015. She was born in 2010. So at least 5 years. You're saying that did your grandmother or your mother didn't have a relationship with your daughter within that time? Because it seemed like she really didn't know her grandmother at all. And I can understand it if you think about it. If you're 5 years old, you do have an understanding of your grandmother, but you don't necessarily know your grandmother as an adult. She didn't get to experience that until she became of a teenager and probably got to experience how her grandmother operates and how she moved. So I'm wondering, did that have anything to do with it? Or is it exactly what the father is stating, that maybe she is going through some traumatic issues or PTSD that's making her very angry, anxious, not getting any sleep? Is that the reason why she lashed out the way that she did? I want to know. But we'll go on a little bit more and see what else he has to say.
And all this kind of nonsense, I would say.
Has she ever spoken like this before, really, at all?
She was spoken like that in in September, sometime September it was good, October. I mean, that thing is happening, but not in that extreme.
All right. Now, obviously, we were down by the car earlier, and you saw the way she was acting down there. Was she acting similar, or is this a lot worse than she was acting?
Just now?
Yeah.
No, she was a lot worse.
Now she's a lot worse than she was?
No, now it's, I mean, she's speaking nonsense, but I saw her much, let's say last night,
Yeah.
speaking about the night before, she was super aggressive.
Okay, so even more, because she's fairly aggressive now,
Yeah.
so she was even more aggressive then?
More aggressive.
Okay.
So if I gave her melatonin, and she have, instead of 1, I told her 1, she got a 5. And then
She took 5 herself?
5, yeah. I didn't see it. She told me that she got a 5.
Thankfully, the only side effect of taking too much melatonin is becoming a walking zombie the next day, not violence, hallucinations, or psychotic behavior. Obviously, the melatonin didn't excuse Sophia's behavior. Her father, however, believes that her lack of sleep contributed to her violent decision. It's true, mental health conditions can be exacerbated by lack of sleep. And though I'm no psychiatrist, it seems that Sophia's mental health had begun deteriorating well before she came to the US. While in Ukraine, the war forced Sophia out of school. Around this time, she began ranting to anyone who would listen about things she claimed happened to her. Drug usage, attempted attacks by men, and rampant bullying. However, there was never any evidence that any of these events took place, and in retrospect, her father has called her constant insistence that they had a red flag. When Sophia came to the US, he tried to get her mental health treatment, but even with his insurance, he couldn't afford weekly psychiatrist and therapy appointments.
Now, during the day then, how was she during the day after she slept?
During the day, she wake up. We have a conversation once with my fiancée in Ukraine, her mother.
Okay.
We have long conversation till probably noon. So she was always arguing, and then I decided, I mean, we put her in her bedroom. I mean, just separate her, so we have a conversation with her mother, speaking about her behavior and what to do.
So she was still kind of aggressive even during the day after sleeping?
She was aggressive, not in that extent, but she wasn't eating. And we went, I tried to defuse the situation. I took her grandma to the pool and asking her, can you go with grandma? Because she, not once, she was taking grandma to the pool instead of me. So then I later on joined them, but she refused. So I drive on a stroller, a wheelchair. I drive mother to the pool, and everything was fine. We play with it, but she was kind of like silent, just hitting the ball hard, being acting, running, jumping in the water, diving, kind of like not as typical, relaxing. She was up.
Kind of amped a little bit, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because she didn't drink or didn't eat, or if some people would trigger, but it was manageable. I can talk to her.
Right.
I can tell what to do, and she.
Yeah, it does. He does.
I didn't bother
So
her.
far, yes.
So we step aside with grandma. We have a prayer. It's typical our exercise. And I said, "We're going home. Are you coming?" She said, "Give me another half an hour." So we left.
She lives there by herself now?
Yeah, I left her by herself, playing with kids. With kids, and she wanted to stay at the. So I thought, fine. There was adults around,
Right.
So I went home. I prepared the dinner. I made laundry, and then by clock it was already 4 o'clock.
You talked about that she was pulling the, like a swim thing away from your grandmother. You said earlier she was...
Yeah, it was today.
Okay.
It was today.
So was she doing it like out of anger, or why was she, or do you even know why she was doing it?
For some reason, she get out and force her out of the pool.
Force your grandmother out of the pool?
Or forcing her out of the pool because kind of afraid her sunburn.
Okay.
Saying, hey, get out, get that lotion or something. and she put in her, so I make her noticeable.
Okay, so again, so far from what we're hearing, it just seems like she's suffering from some form of PTSD. She's has aggressive tendencies. He did do whatever he tried to do with the resources that were available to him in the States. He did try to give her therapy. It is quite expensive. If you ever took in your child to therapy outside of the free that they give due to your type of insurance, it can be quite expensive. It definitely can. And if he's trying to save money where he can continue to get her mother, his fiance over here, it can be costly. I do see that so far from the story that he's talking about, she was showing a lot of aggressive signs towards her grandmother even before they even got to the pool. The fact that he wanted them to do like a family thing. The grandmother, her, and all of them go to the pool. She seemed like she didn't want to do that. So when he went ahead and he was like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and take the grandma to the pool, she decided to come along. But in a way, she went into like a authoritative type of mindset when it came down to the grandma. And in a way, it seemed like she kind of felt like she had to watch her grandmother as of instead of just enjoying pool time with the grandmother. And that's kind of where the tension started to grow from that point. Because even when he literally said that she was pulling her grandmother out of the pool, talking about, hey, you need to worry about your sunblock and the sun rays, you need to get out the pool, or and everything like that, or pulling at her and stuff, it seemed like she was already agitated at her, and it was like something that was more of authoritative versus as you just spending time and having fun with your grandmother at the pool. So there is some signs that she did have some trauma, and it doesn't seem like she was able to express what was going on. The father did try as much as possible. He did even have conversation, probably FaceTime conversations with her mother in Ukraine, talking about her behaviors and wondering, what's going on, where's this tick coming from. It just didn't happen. It happened too late, before something like this happened. So far, this is what we're getting. We'll realize or we'll understand a little bit more of her mindset when we start to see her interrogation. And that's only depending on how old she is, but I think she's old enough that they will be able to show her interrogation. So hopefully they do show it in this video. Hey, Wheelock, how are you doing? How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Miss J said, where is her mother? In Ukraine. Her mother was left over in Ukraine. Stay Strong said, I know a family from Ukraine, and they're a very loving family, and they're so grateful for being here now, safe as last. Oh, yeah, I mean, so there definitely are people who are grateful for being here and not being in a war-torn country and situation. Is far worse. And even though I haven't experienced that, I can assume how frightening it could possibly be on a daily basis, going through a wartime in your particular country, right? Especially when your country is being bombed, things are being destroyed around you, people, neighbors, teachers, schools, things that that you always thought that would be there is no longer there anymore. It does something to one's person's psyche. Yes, we can definitely say that. We can definitely say that. You didn't really miss that much, King Kamikaze. It was just him expressing a little bit more about his daughter's actions with her grandmother at the pool that kind of led to this situation. There was some aggression there. Let's go on.
Correction. Hey, listen, leave her alone. Go play with the ball or do anything else. Grandma's thing.
So now, does she eat dinner at night then, or around 4? You said you made food or whatever. Did she eat
I made food. No, she was in the pool. I fed grandma and went to pick her up and offer her food.
And did she eat it?
I left food on the table, expecting that she will finish it. So there was food for grandma. She ate it, and left.
Did you not eat the food at all? No.
I didn't notice if she ate or not, but it looked like when I noticed, like the side of my eyes, it was there still.
So when you left, so you said that you leave around 7 to 8 p.m.?
7, yeah. 7, 6, I would say.
Oh, between 6 and 7, you think?
6 to 7.
6 to 7, all right.
That night, Vladimir went out with friends, having hid Sophia's phone as a punishment for her acting out, and out of the hope that without distraction she might finally get some much-needed sleep. Instead, she lashed out at her grandmother for reasons we may never know. In the aftermath, Sophia insisted that her grandmother had scratched her first, but there was not a single injury on Sophia anywhere when she was taken into custody.
Where's your daughter at when you leave?
She was in bed.
In bedroom, all right.
And I told her, listen, I got to go. Take care of that, your room.
Right.
Because she never make her bed, she never does her clothes. Basically, I noticed it's not first time, it was the night before, that she just pull all from the closet, put on a bedroom. And I said, listen, what the heck, you have to follow the rules. So she refused. So, and that how it started, argument, because she didn't want to. I said, listen, I give you 10 minutes, I give you half an hour, and always extend. She would never do it. So I came, and I took it all, because it was already midnight.
Right.
So I took the clothes, put it on a commode, and forced her to the bed.
So it was the night before?
That night before,
right.
On the 22nd, on yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? So basically, it's how she got so excited, and then she had an argument with me. By forcing me, I don't want her to sleep with me, but I know if I do not sleep, she would not sleep. She would do. So I let her down. I said she would not sleep. So we went. Mother call all night. So she was worried. We went to the living room and speaking with mother. She was walking around, here, there. She hot, she cold, she want to drink. Then mother said, listen, you got to take melatonin, get magnesium and B6, kind of said to help her.
Right.
So I don't know, I didn't see it. She took it, but she came to me and she dropped on me another tablet melatonin. Okay, it's for you. I said, I don't need it. I'm fine. I'm ready to go to sleep. So she took it, like swallowed. Says, here, how many? I got already 5. And she went back.
That was all happened, yeah. So when you go to leave, then now another argument kind of started. When you go to leave around 6, so there was another argument over the clothing again?
There, again, it was the same argument.
And you took her phone from her then, or what happens? Or?
Yeah, I hide this phone because I know if I leave the phone, she's gonna play. She will do nothing.
So it possibly seems that the reason why she attacked her grandmother, it was due to her phone. She was already aggravated and irritated before when it was supposed to have a family day at the pool. Then her father was leaving her to be with the grandmother, but he wanted her to actually get some sleep. But she had chores, like any regular teenager will have chores. Clean up your room, do this, do that. She wasn't doing it. She wasn't following rules. And then she was also having an argument. At that point, he took her phone before he head out. And that, to me, that makes it more reasonable as into why she possibly like spazzed out the way that she did. You see how people act with their phones today, people. You have grown adults, losing their shits if they don't have their phone attached to their hip 24/7. God forbid if you try to look into someone's phone without their permission. It's like you literally stole something from them. Okay. It's serious now. A lot of people feel naked without their phone, especially the youth. So I could see that raising her from 50% of aggressiveness all the way into 100% of aggressiveness, especially if she believes that the father left the phone in the mother's possession. that could have been a possibility, that she probably went to go press her grandmother for the phone, and her grandmother said, no, I'm not giving you the phone. Your father said you cannot have the phone. He wants you to do your chores, pick up your clothes, and get some rest. And I can see that leading into them having a verbal argument. I don't necessarily know how it got into a physical situation, but as the video essayist said earlier, the girl had not one scratch, not even a imprint of a slap or anything on her. So the grandmother had never touched her. It was the grandmother who was beaten to a pulp by her own granddaughter. So I'm wondering how that transpired. Like, what happened? Did you threaten her? Did you ambush her? What happened? This is what I will want to know. Hi, Caitlin. How are you? Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hope everything is well with you. Stay Strong said, how many times have we seen people fight murder over phones? Exactly. Exactly, Stay Strong. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. Yep. It's terrible. Sounds like another spoiled brat. It could be a possibility, King Kamikaze. They did, however, mention that she has been kind of spiraling out of control, having these aggressive outbursts for a while. Ever since she touched down in the U.S. Now, we don't necessarily know if it's something that, like having PTSD due to coming over from Ukraine during wartime, or is it she doesn't know the balance between following rules and guidelines according to her culture under her household, and then also dabbling in what's going on in American culture, because that could be also the clash too, right? We do have an understanding of clashes when it comes down to different cultures, right? What might fly and is okay in America might not fly and be okay in the Ukraine or in anybody else's household. And it's going to be a hard transitioning, or even a hard trying to find a balance for any young adult who is now transferring from one society into the next society, and then also trying to, merge in with the new society, but then keep boundaries, respects, and cultural respects in the household. I can find that being a very hard task to try to do. Most don't make it, right? Most usually tend to assimilate into whatever new society that they get into. And then we do see those cases where the ones who did struggle, they end up either going completely into, inward and just following whatever their cultural or ethnic or even religious beliefs and ideologies are, or they go the complete extreme to the other side where they're completely assimilated, and most of the time they're ostracized from their family or their community because they're not keeping up with their cultural patterns, and cultural methods. So it's hard. It's a hard situation. I'm wondering if that was a case. I'm wondering, does it have anything to do with her being in a new environment that caused this? Like I said, there's so many ways that I can go with this story, whether or not if she has any animosity against her grandmother for the fact that that her own father brung his mother over first before he brung her over. Is it something like that? Like, I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. All too often, spiritual things are to blame and not to just mental issues. Can I get an amen? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Stay strong. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Hey, Brucey, how you doing? They was calling for you earlier. It's good to see you, sir. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Let's go on.
No, you said, was the phone still hitting when you came home, or was the phone out?
It was out. I mean, it was hitting.
Oh, was it? Okay.
It was hitting.
All right. Where's the phone at now?
It's on the table.
So you took it out and put it there, or what happened?
Look, when I was leaving,
Right.
I had the phone in my bedroom shelf.
Right.
So expecting that she will not find it.
Right.
And when I came, I see grandma already.
Right.
Laying down. I want to know if she found the phone. Did she use the phone? Did she call anybody?
Okay.
So I went to bed and checked on the phone. The phone was there, but I put and I came to the back trying to do CPI and put the phone on the table.
All right. So let's get next now. So you leave around 6 or 7. Where exactly do you go?
Okay. I go to my friend.
Where does he live?
He doesn't live. He came here for business.
No. Where do you go to meet him?
Oh, it's a Oakland Park.
Do you know the address or?
I don't know. Actually, I have an address in my. I came. I pick him up, and we do some delivery.
Hello, Derek. Good to see you. Happy Saturday to you. Thank you for joining.
This is address. This is Motel.
4071 Northeast 21st Avenue. So you pick him up from there. What time around there do you pick him up, do you think?
I would say like around 7 because we have some. He prepared some ribs, so we have dinner together, and then I asked him if he wanted to go to me. We went to Fort Lauderdale. So one stop I have in by Gallery Mall.
All right, Gallery Mall.
And another stop it's called what is it called? Approximately. I will give you approximate.
Yeah.
This is on 6. What is it called? This is like a apartment building.
Apartment on Sistrunk?
Huh?
On 6th Street?
On Sistrunk. Yeah, Sistrunk and for that Federal.
On Federal, okay.
On Sistrunk, yeah.
So you're dropping off package, or what do you drop off? Or
I got Easter pie left over from the church.
Okay.
So they asked me to distribute. So I found the people.
People that use
take it. So
and then you go back. Do you drop him back off at his apartment?
I drop him back in apartment.
And you drive home.
And I drive home. Yeah.
Okay. And so when you come home, is your daughter in the living room when you come home, or where?
No, she was in the bedroom.
In the bedroom.
Bedroom. Screaming. And I've
Like yelling, or what was?
Something blubbering, some like a little crying, kind of like, but not like not really yelling.
Okay. Not loud, just kind of making
noise, make you cry. And I see grandma, I couldn't recognize, so I asked Sophia, come here, what happened?
You said she was laying same way we found her.
Same as you found it.
She was laying face up on the ground.
I think all bruised.
Okay. So your daughter says that she had a cat. Sorry. I'm trying to make you go through this again. But your daughter said that that your mom attacked her or hit her or something like that, or?
I said, what happened? Why you did it? What you did to grandma? She encouraged me. And the family said, Sophia doesn't look, it's defensive.
Right.
She handicapped, she's laying down. How it's good bruise, how you defend her?
And I looked at your daughter. Did you see any marks on your daughter at all?
I didn't see it.
Okay. Did she say, like, point to any place that she was scratched at all, or did
No, she didn't show me anything. She said she's scratched, but no, I think she just pay back. I think it's more aggravation over me, and that I have no ability to bring her home, because it's a typical topic. I need a mom, I want a mom. I said, Sophia, you understand. It's not me to decide.
Yeah, so this just seems, again, I hate to continue to reiterate, but it does seem like she just went out of control. I still don't see any malice behind, like, necessarily per se, any malice behind why she would unalive her grandmother in that way. Even for what he's saying, I don't see a back history of it was leading up to this point, you know? I don't see that. So, I do believe that she just started to spiral out of control. She had a lot of mental issues that she wasn't necessarily able to get the best help for. And it got to the point where she just took all her anger and aggression out on her mother, even spiraling out of control when it came down to taking her phone because she wasn't listening to her father's rules at that particular time. That's literally what I'm really getting from it so far from this interrogation of the father. I'm still hoping that we probably hear from the daughter in references to why she did it, or even what she believed how this whole situation started from the beginning, where she felt that she had to hurt her grandmother. But it's really sad, like I said, it's sad to hear about a woman who was able to go through all that type of war, for pretty much majority of her life, and she was able to get over here to some place that was a little bit more stabilized and safe, and to be taken out by the last person, one of the last person that you would think would take your life, is really sad. It's really, really, really sad. Thank you, Miss J. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, let's go on.
Right, we had to have time. So I couldn't control that. And then she goes like explode and scream, "Mama, mama!" It was the night before.
So she said she hit her with a belt. Is that what she said she hit her with? The belt over there?
The belt, yeah.
Did she say she used anything else though?
No, she didn't tell me.
Did she say how many times she hit her, or did she give anything?
I didn't ask.
Okay.
I didn't have time to ask.
And then obviously we talked about the washer looked like piece was broken off of it.
Yeah, I think there was also as a tool.
Ultimately, Yevgenia was killed by blunt force trauma. Her granddaughter's weapon of choice was not only her fists and a belt, but her grandmother's own walker, which she was unable to move without.
Like I said, before this though, has she ever been physical with you at all? Like try to hit you like that?
I would say she may get them. Actually, I don't know, it was triggered because night before I picked her up from school. I went to some gentleman. So he prepared dinner, so we swam in the pool. And there was something like that trying to push me in the pool. So I said, I don't want her. So I started wrestling with her. She was aggressive, and then she losing. She started crying. She went to in the apartment because we was outdoor, and she was crying. So I let it go. I didn't make any attempt to calm her down. But then I started to fear. I'm stronger. Why are you trying to fight with me? So this was the case that I had to break. And from that, I think she was very offended.
Did it seem like she was play fighting then, or was it more of an aggressive fighting?
It's for the beginning it was like play, and then I see she was aggressive.
Okay. So it kind of switched in the middle.
It switched in the middle. And she tried, and I basically kept her over the pool. Said, "Why you pulling me and trying to drop me in the pool? I can do better as you." So I keep it. I say, "You want to go down to the pool in dress?" No. So she started like see that, and I pull her away. And I said, "You see, I have a chance. I'm gonna do it.
Right.
Why are you trying to?" And she would start crying, and then she would, her joy separates. She went home. And then, I see she disappointed, so I took the car and drove her back to the apartment. And then it actually started.
Hey Turkey, how are you doing? Happy Saturday to you. I hope everything's going well with you.
Drive her to the pool. I said I did it, but she initiated. She tried to fight me. It's one case of it.
Obviously, the way she was acting was very agitated right now, and I don't think that's normal. That's not normal for her at all. Right? Okay. How has that been happening more frequently, or has it been getting worse and worse, or has she, like, right in the way she's acting now, even the last night, obviously, has that been happening more often? Is that something that's gone on for a long time, or is that fairly new?
It's gone a long time since she came. And then the issue became, I don't know, was maybe as as a child, she didn't understand that the immigration doesn't play, And her mother, I don't know if mother insists to her and she put the pressure on me.
Well, thank you for
so
being
over in
here.
Ukraine, was she having this
Appreciate
type of
you.
outburst and kind of being,
In Ukraine,
being very
Hey,
agitated,
Sebastian,
I would say?
welcome,
I would
welcome.
say once she had the issue,
Okay.
once it's at the time that broken, she had.
Okay. How long ago was that, would you say?
It was in 2015, like in 2000, right when war started.
Okay.
2022.
Okay.
Yeah, let's say 2022, and I brought her to 2023. Yeah.
Okay. But other than that, maybe the one time, other than that, not this.
2000. I guess no.
This is the first one. You barely missed anything, sir.
Right,
Barely
okay.
missed anything.
Yes. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so now, so it's kind of seemed like it's maybe been increasing as time has gone by. She's getting worse and worse. Would you say,
I
or?
would say she become kind of worse
Alright.
because her mother, and she had that attachment she broke, and she started very aggressive with me. She older. She had to avoid the argument.
All right. So, as again, I know this is dragging on a little bit, but they really want to know what the father knows in reference of his daughter. So, this is not a first time thing. They said that she's been acting out, being very hostile and aggressive, even towards him, ever since she came to the States. Now I'm starting to think that the reason why is because she didn't like the fact that she left her mother in the Ukraine. Because he said numerous of times that she kept on calling for her mom or screaming for her mom. So I think that that bothered her a lot. Also, the trauma that she dealt when she was over there with her mom trying to make it as best as possible without their dad, and then going through that whole war that's going on over there. And I don't think she felt good that she came over here and her mother's still over there by herself. I think she felt very hurt by that, and she was angry at her dad behind that. Still not necessarily correlate into why you had so much aggression towards your grandmother. I want to hear, because normally I'm listening to these type of things, right? I want to hear whether or not, if is your grandmother stern. I mean, at the end of the day, right, your grandmother is old school, right? She went through the whole Soviet Union situation. She is old school. They're a whole lot stricter than our modern day and new and current parents and grandparents, right? Grandparents back then were always in their was like in their 70s and 80s and 90s, and this seemed like this her grandmother was in the same age. You have grandmothers now that are literally 45 years old, right? In their 40s, like myself. So it's different. Grandmothers now are not grandmothers back then. They have a whole different type of way of thinking and how they move and how they want to raise the people in their house. So I'm trying to listen to see if he would give any hints on how his mother, is. Is she stern? Do she lead, or does she guide with an iron fist? I want to hear of that, because I'm still not understanding why she came to the point where she wanted to bludgeon her grandmother, to death. Outside of that, all I can take from it is that she has PTSD. She was going through some mental situations and she was lashing out, and it all started when she came into the States. That's all I really can get from this so far. Y'all tell me if y'all in the chat, y'all tell me if y'all see anything else that I'm not seeing. I would love to know, but this is as far as I'm getting from this right now. Brucey said, I think so too, detective. She's angry she had to leave and come here. Same as we get mad when we have to change schools in the middle of the year. You know what? Absolutely right. Yeah, I think so. Definitely. Yes, it was very recent, very, very recent. Like literally, this happened in 2023. D Nice said, I thought I heard that she was mad that he bought her grandmother and not her mom. Is that the case? Because I said that that was one of the reasons that I thought that maybe that's why she had that type of aggression, D Nice, against her grandmother, because the grandmother was brung over there. They had to stay over there a couple of years before he brung her over there, and the mother is still left in Ukraine. I thought that those were one of the options why she was really angry at her mom. Brucey said grandma doesn't play. She was raised hard. Yeah, I would think so too. I think so too. Stay Strong said Ukrainians are typically rigid and far more strict, raising children than wishy-washy American parents. I can tend to see that. I could definitely tend to see that. It's about the mother. I do too. I believe so, Miss J. I do. I think she really was upset that her mother was still left over there. And remember, he brung her grandmother over to the States before he brung his immediate family. The mom and the daughter was still over there. He left back in 1996. He brung his mother over there in 2015, and then he brung the daughter, over there in 2023. The mother, who is still his fiance, is still in Ukraine. I think that does play a big role as into why she acted out the way that she did. But let's go on. Let's hear what else the father has to say about this.
It's hard, so then I see it doesn't help. So I've been pushing her, to do her duty with the school, with surveying, so.
I would just have to go down now, maybe see me better, come up here and talk and stuff like that. Before we go further, is there anything else you think I need to know that you want to tell me?
I mean, I just, everything in my mind, I'm trying to think about that last night.
Right.
Yeah, it was a rough night. And yeah, she was crying, she didn't sleep. We have a call from, because Ukraine is already awakened.
Right.
So we talked to the mother. I mean, she was pushing me out of the bed because she wanted me there. I insisted, and I was already sleeping, and I was calm. She trying to speak. I said, Sophia, you got to stop.
Right.
And she was speaking. She saw me not replying. She fell asleep. That's something. Then today morning, I woke up. She was upset that she didn't go to school. I explained her. And I did not notice anything like bring to the point where we are at.
Right. And yeah, there's a big difference between being aggravated and agitated and then attacking someone and actually hurting them. All right, sir.
I should come a little bit early. I said, when it happened, when it came, she said, half an hour.
Oh, so she did say it happened about half an hour beforehand?
Yeah. Before I came. So.
Did you ask for, did you call? Did you say, why didn't you call 911? Or did you ask any of that kind of stuff?
I mean, she didn't have a phone, but anyway, I never expect that.
So you said, when did this happen? She says a half hour before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Due to the dramatic nature of this crime, the trial caught the attention of the entire state. Florida's motto, after all, is come on vacation, leave on probation for a reason. They aren't generally soft when it comes to the charges they hand out. In this case, though, many argue that they were. Sophia took a plea deal, pleading guilty to manslaughter, which, due to her age, will result in spending up to 3 years in the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice. Additionally, the judge put her under court-mandated supervision until she's 21, after which she's expected to be deported back to Ukraine, since she had yet to become an American citizen.
Let's go out to the state's now asking me to sentence her on the juvenile sanctions.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Goval on case number 24-010822 CF10A. You have the right to plead not guilty and go to trial like we've talked about. You can plead guilty where you say you did it, or you can plead no contest. No contest is you're not saying you did it, you're not saying you didn't do it, you're just saying, Judge, I'm willing to take this punishment in order to move on with my life. How do you wish to plead?
No contest.
You are going to be transferred to a juvenile program. You will meet with a conditional release officer at that program. You will meet with the officials at that program. You will be given all your terms and conditions. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have 30 days to appeal the sentence and judgment of the court. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For her father, the crime was unbearable. He expressed that while he loves his mother and believes the crime is a travesty, he still loves his daughter and wants to support her healing journey. When the verdict was read, he thanked the prosecution, defense, and judge, telling them that though his heart was forever shattered, he appreciated how they handled the case.
Whatever outcome is, I accept the judgment. And to say, in the end, I just mentioned I saw the seal of state attorney, which saying we trust in God, we trust. And some verse came to me. I want to express that back in the time of Noah, time of great knowledge and great ignorance. There was flood. Noah standing on a boat in a deck, seeing his son overboard drowning. He cried hard to the heaven saying, Lord, I see my son drowning. Let me save him. And he heard the voice saying, your family, your children on a boat, take care of those who had them. I don't present myself as a moral God, but if I will be on a boat in his shoes, I definitely reach my hands to my son, to my daughter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for watching today's video. Whether you're new here or have been with us for a while,
Shout out to Red Thread Interrogations for having this video. It's a very sad video. It wasn't necessarily that much commentary I could do on it. You could definitely see the pain in the father because he loves his daughter very, very much. He did everything to get his daughter over here. And he, you could tell he loved his mother dearly. And he honored her, and that's probably the reason why he brought her over first, because she was an elderly woman, right? She can't fend for herself. She was a walker bound. She couldn't walk without her walker. He wanted to get her out of a war-driven Ukraine as quickly as possible, and it was already a certain amount of years that have already transpired before he was able to make enough money to do that. He's in a hard boat, like I could feel the tear of his soul, you know what I'm saying? Because he understands that his daughter did something horrible, He's mourning for his daughter and he's mourning for his mom. He knows that his daughter is going to have to spend time in prison. And after everything that he has done, she has to go back to Ukraine at the age of 21. She has to go back. and then his mother's not here anymore. It's hard. It's a very, very hard, tough situation. And prayers to that family. I wish we really knew what was going on in her daughter's head, really know, what happened, but it doesn't seem like that type of situation. We came up with a lot of different ideas of what made the daughter do this, but truly at the end of the day, um, is nobody can really answer why this happened to this family. It's sad. It's really, really sad if you really think about it. Very, very, very sad. Stay Strong said Noah had 3 sons and all were spared along with their wives. Yeah, I don't. Maybe they have a different version. I don't know. They could have a different version in Ukraine. He could be reading a old folklore of the story of Noah, so that's why we have different versions and different things about what happened with that. But you can understand what he meant and when he was saying those words and what he was trying to let the judge know that he understand that his daughter did something horrible. It would definitely be perceived as wicked in the eyes of her peers and everybody around her, but he still loves his daughter. Nonetheless, he'd still love his daughter, and that's what he really wanted the judge and the jury to understand about. He is mourning his mother's death, but he's also mourning the life of his daughter. Very sad situation. Very, very sad. All right, so we're over with that one. I do have another case for you good folks, so we're going to go ahead and just get into it. Not too much conversation about this. So the next one I have is about a wife. So a wife thinks she got away with killing her husband, but she didn't. Excuse me, seemed very interesting. I wanted to go over it with you good folks on the channel. So make sure, like I said, if you're just stopping by to say hi, just hit the thumbs up for me. Truly appreciate it. Or not, it still helps the channel, and share this out with anyone who likes these type of reviewing of old cases or semi-current old cases and immersive chat talking about the commentary going forward. Okay, so let's go on. Let me pull up my screen and we can get into it. All right. Still praying to the YouTube gods. Y'all pray to the YouTube gods for me. But here we go.
2014, Kern County Sheriff's Department responded to a 911 call regarding a body discovered at a railroad worker's office in the high desert of Tehachapi, California. Inside, they discovered the body of 38-year-old Robert Lemon, a loving father, hard worker, and outdoor enthusiast. Rob was the last person anyone would expect to have enemies. But the fact that nothing in the completely isolated office was stolen indicated that this wasn't a robbery or a chance encounter. It was a planned hit. Police acquired photographs of one vehicle pulling in on the one-way road Rob was working at the day he was murdered, and immediately after, that same driver getting off his motorcycle and limping directly to the office Rob was working in. Initially, that lead was all they had. Rob's wife, his high school sweetheart, Sabrina, seemed devastated by the murder, which only made detectives more desperate to solve it. And in their desperation, they got an unexpected lead. One of Rob and Sabrina's friends called the Kern County Sheriff's Office to report that a friend had called him not once, not twice, but repeatedly, sobbing and saying he felt bad about Rob's death. That man was 24-year-old Jonathan Kern, who police quickly learned was having an affair with Sabrina. Sabrina eventually confessed to police that she was having an affair with Jonathan, but that had nothing to do with the murder, which obviously police didn't buy. Now, the footage we were provided with by the Kern County Sheriff's Office begins after Sabrina has confessed to having an affair with Jonathan. As you can see in the files we received, there's a little something missing. But don't worry, because really the police department just saved us all from watching the boring parts. The footage you're about to see hits the ground running and doesn't stop until Sabrina gets what she deserves.
So once this murder phone comes into play, did you feel guilty about having it? Shameful, anything?
There would be moments of feeling bad, yeah. And Rob and I would go do everything together. So, like, in moments, just him and I, which we did everything together, but we had the kids with us. So, like, when it was, or always friends, always. So, and always tricky.
Mhm.
So, when it was just him and I, there were times where, like, I kind of try to be a little more honest. I'm not saying, like, here's the deal, you know. But I mean, he was aware of, you know, things not being quite perfect.
Sure.
And me being distracted, but he was also distracted, you know. I'm not blaming him.
What was he distracted with?
He was distracted with everything. I know he didn't like to get on websites. He was distracted with his phone a lot. People. Just he worked a lot.
And then you were distracted with Jonathan, with the thought of that relationship continuing and growing.
So I want to stop it from there. I still don't understand why in 2025 and 2026, why are people still taking their significant others or their spouses' lives if they want to leave the relationship? I mean, I guess I kind of understand why they want to do that if it's money involved, because that's clearly what it has to be. It has to be money involved, or they have to be a complete sociopath and controlling, where if they can't have you, no one else can have you type of situation, right? But it's just like, if you don't want to be with the person anymore, if you fall out of love with your significant other or your husband, your wife, just leave the situation. If you have to go through divorce, and I understand from what people have told me, divorce is a hard situation to go through. It's not easy at all, right? It can take from months, maybe even years, depending on how to balance out what, who gets what, who's going to live, if there's children involved, setting up the schedule for visiting for each parent, who's responsible for what for this child and this for that child. I understand the whole dynamics of why it's a hard situation to go through, but you're going to have to go through the situation regardless, right? I don't understand why we still are coming up to this conclusion is, yes, my life would be better, or my life would be perfect, or it would just work out if this person no longer exists. I just don't understand why we're still doing that. It's weird to me. It might not be weird to other people. I just find it very, very weird that this is someone that you loved for a certain period of time, and how that turns into hate, and that type of hate where you want to take that person's life. Very, very weird to me. I will never understand it. Maybe it's not for me to understand, but that's what I want to really say about this. So she's already explaining that her husband was very, very busy. She's explaining how she started having this relationship, or this outside of marital relationship with Jonathan. That her husband was very, very busy. He was always working and all the stuff like that. And she decided that, hey, since I'm not getting attention, I'm not feeling special, I'm not feeling important, I'm not feeling value, I need to get this type of attention for someone else. She told the detectives prior to this interrogation that whatever happened to her husband had nothing to do with the fact that she was in an affair with another person. But we know that the detectives are not buying it. And like I said, these detectives are veterans. They've been doing this job for 20 plus years. Most of the cases have to do with some type of significant other. In a lot of cases, the the person who they're cheating with tends to be the one that helps them or be the one that initiates this to happen. So they're just getting a little bit more insight in her thinking and how she also felt about her husband during the last times that he was alive. So let's see. Brucey said, it's just as easy to communicate and keep the marriage intact and work through it. Yes and no. Yes and no. In some situations, it's trying to work through it is no longer a valuable choice anymore, right? It does get to that at some time. For others, yes. For others, yes, they could have had just worked it out, came to a agreement, understand each other's boundaries, reestablish each other's wants, needs, and desires in the relationship, and they could have come back from that. But we do have those situations where there is no coming back from that, and that's when we should be walking away when it gets to that point. Turkey said, I don't get it. Either just leave. Right. Yeah. Work through it or call it a day. Yes, I agree, Turkey. I definitely agree. Brucey said, right, Turkey. I want you to be happy even if you bring happy doesn't include. Right, exactly. He was always at work trying to provide for her and keep a roof over their heads. You know, it kind of seems that way. But we don't necessarily know, right? Because we have seen situations where the gentleman, the husband, they'll say that they're working and come to find out they're doing other types of work, right? So we don't know. That might not be the situation, but I definitely get your drift. I definitely get your drift. Turkey says counseling can do amazing things too. It literally changed my life. Yes, it definitely could. I think counseling for anyone is a great thing. Outside of a relationship, inside of a relationship, you should do both, right? And that's what I have I notice when we have these conversations, that is not talked about a lot. When you go to couples counseling, you should be going to individual therapy for each other too, right? Because there's things that you need to work on, aka shadow work within yourself as an individual, and then there's things that you need to work on while you're in the relationship, and you should be attacking both those things simultaneously as best as possible, so you can understand when there's things about you that kind of have you going up and down, and how that looks to your significant other that you're with, where they're not understanding where these up and downs is coming from. And they can what's the word? Misinterpret. They can misinterpret what's really going on. So I think that those things together will definitely help an individual. Definitely help an individual. Let's see. Was never a believer until I tried. Right. I understand.
And all that stuff.
I was just living in it, you know. It was just kind of like juggling it, you know.
Did it feel like that that 8th grade high school love, like you felt when you first met Rob?
You know, I'd been with Rob for so long, and we were just like buds, you know. Where you know, to where this was different.
Sabrina loved to present herself as the perfect partner. She and Rob attended every church service, event, and Sunday supper you can imagine. Although things weren't as squeaky clean as they seem. Because the only reason Sabrina got a burner phone was because Rob caught her texting another man. Now, this wouldn't be totally unusual for Sabrina, because the two were swingers. And obviously we're not talking about playground enthusiasts here. When Rob realized the relationship was a romantic one outside of their agreement, he asked Sabrina to end things. But instead of doing so, she got a secret phone to text John on. Not just to plan dates, but to plan a murder.
Who introduced the idea of Jonathan meeting up with Rob?
Meeting up with him.
Yeah.
When they talked that time.
Yeah.
Jonathan wanted to meet him.
What was he going to tell him?
He did tell me. He was just going to apologize to him, man to man. That's what he had said.
How did you and Jonathan, so were you actually talking about getting divorced and you guys being together? Did you guys make a decision to do that, or were you moving forward, or no?
We talked about it, and we were living. It wasn't, like I said, there were no dates, or there was no, he was going to build a house and kind of establish himself, for sure.
He's a youngster, huh? How old was he?
25.
25. Okay.
Which I know, and never, I'm not.
Okay, so I don't know how old this woman is, but obviously the fact that he asked her how old Jonathan was, and he ends up being a 25-year-old guy. I'm sure that she's probably in her late 40s, maybe hitting on 50, and she kind of feels a kind of way about that, dating a younger man. But the biggest thing to point out of everything is the swinger relationship, right? That open marriage thing is not for everyone. It really isn't. Okay? You definitely have to know your partner. You definitely have to know yourself. Not everybody is supposed to participate in that type of lifestyle. Some individuals have ego that cannot deal with that, right? Most men are not, I would say most men cannot really accept that. They really can't. Especially on your side. For them side, yeah, they'll accept that, especially if you're down with it. But on most, when it's the other side of the coin, no, they're not really down for that. It's an ego thing, right? My thing is that she went against their own boundary. They both had people that they will have play dates with, and I'm trying to keep it PG-13 as much as possible, but they both had people that they had play dates with. And she decided to get emotionally attached to one of her play dates. And I find that interesting, due to also her picking this young fellow who's 25 years old, right? He might be a little bit more acceptable to catch feelings because he's younger, right? Not someone that's in the same age rank as her. And I'm wondering, did she kind of pick him because of that? Like, did she kind of pick him because he might, him being a young pup, he might fall for her a little bit more quickly or easily than somebody her own age? Is that something that she wanted? Because now I'm starting to think, like, if y'all had an open relationship or open marriage this whole entire time, what was the point? What was really the point of unaliving your husband? And then that will also bring me back to, does this have to do anything with money? Because it'll be one thing if, you wanted a young dude to, bend you backwards and flip you over in the bed, and then also have a stack of money, behind it, because the young man, he's not going to be making that type of money that your husband make, or even more, unless he is one of those lucky young fellows who ends up being a IT tech, a AI tech, a well-known streamer, a very good daily trader, all these different things that the young guys are doing now to gain wealth quickly, far quicker than they would normally do if they went to a regular 9 to 5. You have a certain type of lifestyle that you've been living, as a married woman. have, getting your brains, excuse my French, sorry Miss Joanne if you're listening in the clouds, but excuse my French, right? Just getting your brains and getting your head knocked in is not going to cut it when you are of a woman of a certain age. At one point, all of us, that when we get older, it's definitely not about that. Okay? Like that itch, that need to be scratched ain't the highlight or the biggest thing for us. Is maintaining a type of lifestyle that we want to live is very important. Having that type of comfort and not backtracking tends to become more important when we get older in age. So I'm starting to think that, did that have some of the reasons why now your husband is no longer here? Because it just kind of seemed crazy to me. If you had an open marriage that way, you was able to, get it popping with any dude or any young dude, old dude, it didn't matter. And he was able to get it popping with young girls, older women, whoever he wanted. Then you would think that in that situation, yeah, everything was all right. It shouldn't have necessarily been any problems, right? I don't know. We'll find out though. Brucey said, amen, MJ. No one should really, that's why this type of thing happens, because of how they live. Yeah. I just think that a lot of people lie to themselves about what they can actually handle and what they can't handle. It sounds cool when you're having conversations with your friends and your girlfriends and everybody else. Yeah, I'm a part of this lifestyle, and we get to do this and nobody tells me nothing about that and all the stuff like that. But I think behind the scenes is not really what people think it is. It's a lot more about it. I think you have to trust people a whole lot more in that situation. And you have to have integrity, right? Because why, just think about it, being in an open relationship, in an open marriage with someone, and one of your cardinal rules between each other that y'all always going to use protection, or you're never going to kiss the new other person that you're laying down with. That's something that's intimate that you want to continue to share amongst each other, because y'all are emotionally and spiritually in love with each other. If you break those things, you see what I'm saying? Like, that is like the whole that's the destruction of the whole relationship, because your whole relationship is built on trust. So if you can't trust that person anymore, where's the relationship at this point? Hi, Nicole. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Happy Saturday. All right, let's go on.
I'm not. Now, what kind of a girl can I really even say that I honestly am, besides a mess? But I am not one of those like, oh, look at that young guy, The girls that, we have a friend who, she'll be 40 and she was just dating a 20-year-old, and she has a daughter who's 20. And we're like, we kind of were just like, but he was we were like, what is going on here? This is just, hey, and I drink through it and I tried to make him feel comfortable, I mean, I listened to some Blime and try to be 20 again with him, but no, Jonathan was different. He was not, oh my gosh, he's like an old soul kind of thing.
Well, there's at least one Sublime song that she should be listening to. At the time of this interrogation, Sabrina was 37 years old. Her lover, John, was 24. The two met at Costco, where Sabrina worked, when John asked for her number while he was there on his lunch break from his job. I mean, who can pass up a dog for $1.50?
So let's talk about maybe a couple months prior to Rob's death.
Okay.
How did you and Jonathan talk about this?
Talk about
his death.
We didn't talk about his death.
Okay. You guys didn't talk about it at all?
We would, no, we talked about, divorce and, I mean, I think if anything was to happen to Robert, not gunshots. Not that.
I noticed there was a bunch of conversations, obviously before Rob was murdered, during and after he got murdered. How did Jonathan know that Rob was going to be working in Tehachapi?
Well, he wasn't supposed to be working in Tehachapi, but I did tell him. But I mean, I would tell him, kind of like I would tell him his schedule. I would tell him. I'd even give him dates and stuff like that because his schedule was crazy too. And then if it was times where like it didn't work out for us to get together, but I kept him posted pretty much.
Now, I noticed before, when Rob left for work the morning, let's talk about the 17th, okay? Rob left for work in the morning, and I noticed that you had an 80-minute conversation with Jonathan. What did you talk about?
Talked about church, and he had worked, and he was pretty thrashed from work. But what he was gonna do that day, we'd even talked about seeing each other, but I was getting the kids ready for school, and it was just not gonna work out. And I think even maybe, and I don't know, other days Rob was gonna work because he wasn't supposed to work that day.
Yeah. So did you guys talk about Rob going to work, and then you're getting the kids ready for school and all that drama?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had told him, but like I said, we were possibly going to get together, but he was doing.
Did he tell you that he was going to go talk with Rob that day? Nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
No indication that he was going to go see Rob?
No.
Okay.
None.
So this is very foolish and very dumb on her part, because they have your phone. They have the messages that you spoke and you wrote to Rob. You have already admitted that you were sending Jonathan. You were sending Jonathan Rob's schedule to the T, where he's going to be, at what time, when he's coming back. Everything that Rob was telling you to let you know or to inform you as his wife, what he was doing that day, you was telling Rob, right? Because you was trying to find a way to fit enough time for you and Rob to snuggle or do whatever before, I'm not Rob. I mean Jonathan. You and Jonathan to snuggle and stuff before Rob found out. They have your phone. You had other conversations just trying to find out what was the easiest way to link up in the middle of the day while Rob was at work. And I want you to notice something. Not one tear came down this woman's eye. She has been acting like she's snuffling and snuffing, and she has a whole bunch of boogies and stuff like that. Nothing have came out her face. I don't know if y'all can see it that well, but I'm watching the actual video, and there is not one tear. And remember what I said about body language. There's a reason why she has one of her hands inside her coat pocket, because it's a coping mechanism. She wants to, continue to look that she's a distraught woman, that this happened to her husband, and she's not sure whether or not that her lover decided to take matters into his own hands and do something to harm her husband. This is what she's trying to allude to with the detectives. They already know. They already probably asked her for her phone, and to see those text messages and stuff like that. They already know what she have said to him and what type of conversations they have had. So this is not really a good part with her, but it's good to see, because this is when you have someone who think that they have crossed all their T's and dotted all their I's, and they have everything planned out, and that they're going to get away with it. Or if anything, she's going to get away with it, and it's not going to look like she did this for money. She did this for insurance policy, a life insurance policy. This is what she's believed, and that's how she's kind of conducted herself. But let's go on, and let's see what else she has to say.
After you guys' 80-minute conversation ended at afternoon, you texted Jonathan seven different times with no response back. He didn't text you back. What were you thinking?
He was sleeping.
That's
Did
it.
I?
What you thought he was doing?
I yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Did I put that? I don't remember.
I don't know. So after the 7 messages, it was late in the evening. Well, I was jumping home, and you called and talked to Jonathan. He finally texted you back and called you.
Uh-huh.
What did you guys talk about?
He said he was sorry that
For what?
he'd been sleeping and he missed my calls. And we just talked about, I don't even remember what we talked about, but I said Rob's not home yet. I was kind of looking out for Rob and trying to get the kids together. So it was just kind of like typical, you know. He didn't. And I even tried calling him back, I remember one time, just because Rob still wasn't home.
Did he seem to act normal?
Yeah, he said he was really sorry for not being around. He feels bad for missing my calls.
7
But 7,
phone calls, or 7 text messages you sent him. What were you going to say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
oh, I don't remember.
So he was sorry for missing your phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty common for you guys to, as soon as a text message goes, there's usually a message right back pretty quickly, huh?
Yeah, she does that on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, not like a whole, not like 5 hours or something.
Yeah, it's not going to be 5 hours. It's usually pretty quickly. So he seemed pretty normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he give you any indication that he may have gone and saw Rob or talked to Rob or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
She's being very vague on purpose, because she knows that she was having numerous of conversations with him and keep in touch of Jonathan's whereabouts of when he was around Rob, where he could ambush him. She's trying to say that she was calling him 7 times and he didn't respond to her, and then he finally called back, apologized that he was busy doing whatever he was doing. They had a conversation, and then she tried to reach back out to him again. She knows exactly what happened and why she was reaching out to him numerous of times. And even if she did try to delete those messages, I'm sure that the detectives were able to retrieve them, right? Because everything goes into a cloud nowadays, right? Everything is being stored in some big cloud with all your messages, all your calls, everything that you felt that you scraped off the internet or scraped off this social media and everything, it is always there. It's always there. It might not be on your phone anymore, but it is always there. And that's what she thought that she did. And she does this on purpose. It is a tactic. Yes, it is manipulation. It's definitely manipulation. and is pretty much being like not really giving detail of even what was even happening in the conversation. She just said, "Oh yeah, we talked about blah 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 blah." Very vague. We were just talking about something. But why was you calling him frankly, continuously for like 7 times within the course of 4 to 5 hours? Obviously, I'm sure that he would have sent a text, especially since I guess your relationship is as close knit as you're making it seem. I'm sure he could have sent you a text within that 5 times to let you know, "Hey, hun, I'm busy right now, but once I'm free of doing whatever I'm going to do, I will call you." But that's not what happened. Those calls, those 7 calls and stuff, was probably a code that she was using to notify Jonathan that Rob is at whatever set place where you can ambush him. That's what I'm assuming. I have seen that played out before where people are smart not to say anything on phone. And I mean, she wasn't that smart when it came down to the messages, but the ones who are starting to get a little bit more hip, they're finding other ways to create codes where people will understand if it's a go or a no go. Turkey said, she pointed him at her hubby like a loaded gun. Yes, she did. She said it out of her own mouth. She let him know his whereabouts. She sent him his schedule, what time he took lunch, what time he went to work, what time he gets home. She was sending him messages letting him know he went to this store or he went to go hang out with his friend or whatever. She was giving him his whole itinerary. She even admitted that she's the one who creates his itinerary for him. So to me, so far, it's looking as premeditated, especially with that little bit of information. But let's go on.
He did go see Rob. And I think now you probably know that.
It's so hard for me. That's unbelievable to me. Like, I seriously would feel like there's no way that he'd be capable of that.
It's impossible to truly express just how isolated Rob's office was. Because he worked as a railroad responder, all the livelong day, he had to travel to various offices depending on where he was needed. The reason police are hammering on John knowing the address of where Rob was working is because Rob rarely worked in the Tehachapi office, and when he did, it was one of the most remote places he was needed. In other words, there's absolutely no way John could have stumbled on it by accident. And him being there provided a perfect ally for Sabrina, who was at home 2 hours away.
So in that video, in the picture you sent, that was him.
That was Jonathan, huh?
The bike, it's hard to tell that one for sure. And even the liquor store, like, it looks like a young, like a teenager to me, but I can't really make it out,
And this is exactly why I said that she is dumb for doornails. Dumb for doornails. Because your husband works a remote type of job that he has to go to many different places throughout the day. There's no way that Jonathan would know where he was at and how to get there unless you gave him the exact coordinates to find him and the time when your husband was there. And I'm pretty sure the detectives probably search and see the conversations that she had with her husband that day on whether or not was she confirming to him, confirming from him that he was going to be at that remote location at such and such time, and then sent that same information to Jonathan. That's wicked. And she made sure that she covered her tracks because she's 2 hours away from that site. There's no way in hell that she was up there to be able to do it. And that's another problem too about the manipulation that a lot of people are concerned about. When some older women date younger men, right? We have the same manipulation tactics when older men who date younger women. We get that. But this is the side what people fear in reference when it's an older woman and a younger man, right? Because in this situation, she manipulated this guy to do this, but she made sure that she protect herself. And if he did get caught, she made sure that she would not be caught with him. She would be able to scally away and run away, and he would take the brunt and the responsibility of it, right? And it's sad because the young man, him just being young and full of cum, he's not realizing that even when he was thinking out this plan with this woman, why she is so hands off. If she was the one who even brought the idea to him, and I'm assuming that she did bring the idea to him, like, hey, we can actually be together if you get rid of my husband, and we'll have the money, so you don't have to worry about that, and we'll be good. If she's the one who brought the idea up for this plan, him not thinking, like, wait a minute, while we're setting up this plan for me to be the one that's going to actively and go and do the deed, why are you sitting at home just chilling? Why are you not doing nothing? Why aren't you with me? Why are you not doing the act with me? This is your husband. You know what I'm saying? Why you have to stay home? Why are you being protected in this way? None of that came to his mind in this situation. So I do understand what people, some people believe about, the wisdom of a older woman would have over a younger man. That's not all older women would do that, and that's not every situation, but I will say that is a possibility, definitely a possibility. Brucey said, this case has twists and turns. Thank you, detective. You are welcome. You're welcome. Brucey also said, not unless he follows him all day, every day. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. But then if that's the case, then I think that if he was able to follow him, there was show on his cell phone on the towers how many days he came to those particular type of sites, when he went there, and all that would be shown. All of that would be shown. And the fact is that they said that he went to different sites every single day, at least 3 to 4 sites every single day, because he was just a remote. He just went when they needed something at this particular spot, and then he would leave and go to the next job to fix whatever they need at that particular spot. So I only see that happening if he has to be a full-blown stalker. And if he's doing that in the day in these very remote, isolated places, I'm sure Rob would have to have seen a vehicle in an area that should not be there. And this is not an area that normally anybody would go there. You know what I'm saying? He would have to have some type of idea that, wait a minute, is someone following me? What is this vehicle doing on this only authorized property? You have to have authorization to be on this property. There's no reason for anyone to be coming out here for any type of reason outside of what I do. Why is this individual over here bird sightseeing? And you would ask questions like that, when things are out of the norm. But I don't think that that's the situation. I think she gave him the exact coordinates to where he was going to be at, knowing that it was a very isolated situation. There was not going to be no one there but him, and for him to go ahead and do the deed. Brucey said, but your way is more plausible. Okay. Yeah. They don't call. Hey, leave the cougars alone, okay? Us cougars are great individuals, and we're very, very fun.
I think it's a lot better in person. I know it's Jonathan. He was there. So you want me to tell you what he did? He drives to Tehachapi. He check to see if Rob's there. Rob's not there. He leaves. He comes back, and he waits for Rob to come drive to the property.
You're sure?
I'm positive. 100%.
How do you know for sure? I mean,
I have lots of evidence. He goes in the shop. They get in an altercation. He shoots Rob twice. He gets on his bike, his motorcycle. He leaves. He changes clothes. Goes to the gas station.
Brucey.
Gets some water. Gets some gas. Drives home. Gets home. Sees your text messages. Calls you. Texts you.
what? What do I say to that?
I don't know. Did you guys ever talk about it?
We've talked about it a lot.
I've heard a lot of your conversations.
A lot. I mean, I've just like had this whole, like when it happened, I couldn't believe it. You know, like I just, like there's, so I hear this, and the other detective said, like, you know, I text him right away. I feel like I didn't even, I know that I did let him know what was going on.
With Rob being at work.
Oh, at work, and then after he was murdered. After I found out.
What Jonathan said.
He was so, he couldn't believe it. He was so sorry. Who did this? How could this have happened? Was it, you know what? There was so, like, that all is a true blur, you know? Because it was just like, I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. But in my head, there always has been like, if a affair was to come out, that would look really bad, you know, kind of thing. That would look really bad. That would be really just devastating. I mean, so then I was just like, how devastating. And then I was like, on top of that, it was just devastating, period.
Devastating. Except for the fact that Sabrina had already tried to murder Rob in the past. You see, according to John, a few weeks prior to Rob's murder, Sabrina tried to poison him with banana pudding. At the last moment, however, she panicked, telling her husband she thought the bananas were bad and forcing him to throw out the dessert.
So I've heard you talk to Jonathan more than I would have liked to have. I've heard multiple conversations. Hundreds. At what point did you realize that Jonathan did this?
Yeah, this is really bad. You try to poison your husband beforehand, but you chickened out and you just said that the bananas were bad. Then why would you, like, that doesn't even make any sense. Most people, when they get bananas that are ripe. If it even looks like the bananas is already starting to get squishy, starting to turn a little brown, a little black, most people are not using those bananas to make whatever dessert or whatever they're trying to make, cake or whatever. So it didn't make any sense that you went through the whole process of making this dessert, you hand it to him, and then you're like, oh, you know what? It's not good. I think that the bananas are bad. Just throw it out. Don't eat it. That just seems very, 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 very weird to me. Very, very, very weird. And for them to even have that information, I'm sure that they have that information because she told Jonathan that he was going that she tried to poison him a couple months back and it didn't work. Probably enticed him a little bit more, saying that I think that we can actually get this done with your help and your assistance. You know, I'm a small woman, this is a big man, he can literally manhandle me, and I would be in a whole hell of trouble and world of pain if I tried to do this by myself. But if you do it and we do it this way, I think that we will both get away with it. Like, this is something, man. This is really, really something. Brewster said, "What's for dinner?" I'm making breaded pork chops, mashed potatoes, and cream corn. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. And hot mix roll. Oh, okay. Hot mixed yeast roll. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Miss J. Thank you, Miss J. Truly appreciate it. Yes, and it's technical difficulties due to the weather. Truly appreciate it, everyone. Truly appreciate it. The ones who are still watching. Again, I know it's late, and I also know that it's a Saturday. So, hey, we're rocking out, right? We're doing the best we can. Let's go on.
He's never told me that he has done this.
He never told you that?
In words. I didn't want to hear that, you know. I don't want to hear that.
I think you should tell me the truth.
He never told me in words.
Okay, so how has he told you then? If not in words?
Just by behavior. Like, not, he hasn't, just behavior. Like, we have to, things we kind of have to do. With the detectives, just to kind of keep our affair under wraps because of how, you guys could set me up, why,
Well, that's
looking for somebody, something.
Yeah, I agree with
So
you.
I'm just like, okay, in the moment it made sense, but even like riding over with Patrick, like none, it just in the moment it was just like protective, like.
This is another thing that kind of messes her up, because she was told by Jonathan that he did it. And instead of her saying, "Oh my God, are you fucking crazy? Why would you do that? I'm calling the cops." No, that's not what she did. She literally had a conversation with him with the understanding that he was the one who killed her husband. And she went into self-protection mode. She went into survival mode where she's like, "Oh my God, we need to protect ourselves due to the fact of us having an affair." And then you really want the detective to sit up there and not believe that you was probably the reason why Jonathan took out your husband and that this wasn't plotted for this to happen. It doesn't make any sense. If you never wanted any harm to come to your husband, you would be appalled or you would be scared to death that this guy that you've been dealing with sexually took your husband out. You don't continue to have a conversation with him online and start figuring how y'all going to get your stories straight because y'all want to continue to hide your relationship. That's the weirdest thing. That's the weirdest thing. It shows intent, and it definitely shows that you didn't have no love for your husband. Even now in this interrogation, you are showing that you didn't have no love or even respect or not even any form of remorse about your husband passing, and that your lover was the one who took your husband's life. But yet you sit there with a napkin or a paper towel or a tissue in your hand and you're trying to make it seem like you're snuffling and you got sniffles and stuff and that you're somewhat distraught, but everything else that you're doing with your body language and even your verbiage shows the opposite of that. It shows the opposite of that. You're just literally just trying to make it seem that you really are separated from this. And you're okay and cool with the fact that you're trying to lay it on thick that it was Jonathan. Yeah, okay, we know that Jonathan shot Rob. We understand that because he was caught on camera. They was willing to show you the videos or the screenshots of Jonathan being there at the site before the incident happened. But you're laying it on thick that you have no dealings with it. And every single time he referenced the conversations that you had when you did get in touch with Jonathan, you are very vague within that conversation. You're acting like you don't really remember the conversation. I don't think that this interrogation is so far long that you don't remember the conversation that you had with Jonathan. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like that type of case where they removed her as a suspect, and then they come back a year later and because they got a tip, and they like, hey, let me ask you some more impertinent questions about what happened that day. And maybe there's a possibility that you don't remember what you said to them from the first time. This is not that situation. It seems that this conversation happened within the 72 hours of her husband losing his life. But for her to act like she doesn't remember what they were actually talking about is really insane. It's absolutely insane. Brucey said, right, she's the common denominator. Sorry, without her, those men wouldn't have even known each other. Exactly. They wouldn't have even known each other. They're not in the same age rank. They don't work the same job. In fact, you met your boy toy because he was looking for a job at the job that you work at. But let's go on.
Oh, okay. You know, this situation sucks. You know, it doesn't look good. As far as and seeing that video
Of him in the grocery store.
but I just watched it over and over and over and over again. And still, like, my brain wouldn't let me see him. Like, it's like,
So he never actually told you that he killed Rob.
no. He never said he killed Rob.
But you think that he had done it in other words or other actions?
Well, just as we're talking, you know, he's like, well, it could be me in that video.
Mm-hmm.
It could be me. So I take it Jonathan's arrested.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
My question is, what I need to figure out so we can move forward is, how did he know that shop was there? So you told him. Did you give him the address or anything?
No, I don't know the address.
Okay.
I just kind of explained how it is, you know. And we had talked, yeah. I mean, he inquired on before, like, we talked a lot, you know, so I'm like, yeah, Rob's attributes like this, you know, kind of like what he did, and called him, and I would tell him.
Right.
So you
It
talked to
could
him in
be
the
me,
morning?
right?
And
Normal. I mean, it was just normal. Like,
I mean, you talked to him and you told him that Rob was going to work, right? Why'd you tell him he was going to work?
just so we could talk and possibly see one another, but talk, probably. I don't know, like, because it was like, oh, because Tehachapi's gone longer, you know.
What do you mean?
Like, they're 12-hour shifts, not 8-hour shifts. And then drive time, and sometimes he'd work over, you know, so it's like, yeah, it's an all day. He's gone all day. I don't know, so.
So you told him this so you'd have the opportunity to see Jonathan?
Yeah, if he was available, if it worked out, or to just to like talk, to be able to know that it's not a time limit, you know, as far as like it's a longer time limit, you know.
Girl, bye. Okay, that lie does not fly. You gave him the location because you had a plan. What do you mean you gave him or let him know that he was at work just to talk? You're literally on the phone talking to him right now. If it was just to talk, y'all are talking on the phone. This is how Jonathan got the information. You're already talking. So if you're trying to say that y'all was trying to link up and that was the reason why, even in that just sounds kind of like weird, right? Because why would you tell Jonathan what his job looked like? Or you said that he inquired to ask where his job site was. That didn't ring a bell to you. Why would he want to know where Rob works at? Mostly side dudes don't want to know nothing about your man. They don't want to know nothing. They really don't even want to know homeboy name. And if they didn't know how homeboy looked, they would be happy about it. Why? Because guys who play side dudes, they want to be the invisible man, right? They want to be the invisible man. They really don't want any traces of them outside of that. Because technically you're a sleazeball, especially under in bro code. You're a true sleazeball to be messing with another man's wife. A true sleazeball. All this nookie out here, you gotta go mess with another man's wife, becomes very dangerous and personal, because men look at it as you went out of your way to destroy a covenant between a man and a woman, where you have all this nookie out here that you could have had tapped, and they don't have a man linked to them. You went out of your way to violate another man, right? That's how bros look at that. So it doesn't make any sense. Why would you tell your side dude where your man's work at? Your side dude, if he was a real true side dude, he wouldn't want to know. All you had to say is, hey, listen, meet me up at so and so. We gonna be at blah blah blah. Meet me there at 5 o'clock. Whatever. And that's it. That's all they want to know. They just want to know where the drop-off spot at. That's it. That's all they want to know. They don't want to know nothing else. They don't want to sit up there and have conversations with you about why he ain't shit. He ain't this. He ain't doing that. They don't really care about that. They only ask you that in the beginning because they want to make it seem like they're paying attention to you. They're not paying attention to none of that shit. They're paying attention about how quick we gonna get into their pants. That's all they care about. So after that, if he have already hit it such and such amount of times, he don't care about nothing what else is going on. So I'm sorry. I call her cap on her story about how that happened at that particular time. You literally gave him the address. You gave him the location. You probably gave him the name of the site. You probably gave him what county it was, right? If it's in a different county. And I'm assuming that it is because it's literally 2 hours away from their house. So I don't even think it was in the same town. You gave him that information. It was for nothing else but outside of going through or following through with the plan. And then another way how the detectives can test, which I'm sure they already did, another way that they can test whether or not if she just gave that information because he asked her is, as long as you've been dealing with him and you've been talking on the phone, right, and trying to find ways to link up with him when Rob is on the site or working 12-hour shifts, 16-hour shifts, or he's gone for 72 hours. Did all the other days, did you tell in those text messages, did you tell Jonathan that he was going to be at this site or he was traveling or across states to that site? If you have messages like that was a normal thing that you would do with Jonathan, then okay, that would make sense. But I don't know. My spidey senses are tingling, and I believe that you never gave coordinates of where Rob was at to Jonathan before, and that never stopped you for linking up and smashing this young man whenever you felt like it. But this particular day, the day that that Jonathan takes Rob's life, they have messages where you actually gave the location of where Rob was at. I'm just saying, I could put money on it, but I think that's exactly how it played out. But, you know. Let's see. Turkey said just feel it, build it. And Brucey said, here's where she's going to unravel. Yeah, she's starting to unravel. Right. I was out driving in the desert and I had to stop. I could have been where he works. Right. Brucey said, MJ, quit giving out our secrets. My bad, Brucey. My bad. Turkey said, home record. Yeah. Yes, I know secrets, my boys. I know secrets. I have 5 brothers. Yeah. Don't worry, I got sisters too, but I have 5 brothers, and I was a tomboy when I was growing up, so you ain't telling me nothing. Let's go on.
Before Rob would get home and you couldn't talk anymore.
Yeah. I hate this.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, I have to believe that there was more going on than that. Just the conversation. Like, hey, I want to.
For that day?
Yeah. Like, you know, hey, because you guys have already talked about divorce. You talked about being together. I mean, there has to be some more conversation going on about.
I promised you, detective, it was that we talked about church. No, it wasn't like I'm going up to Tehachapi to, take care of Robert.
Yep.
You guys didn't talk about that?
5 brothers.
No.
10 sisters.
I promise you that.
Well, pack it up, boy. She promises they didn't talk about killing her husband. Except for the fact that police wiretapped her phone for months leading up to this interrogation. And in each ushy-gushy call, the self-proclaimed Romeo and Juliet prayed to God that their secret would remain a secret, and very clearly talked about the murder. In one call, John said, "Hi God, we are on our knees for a reason. We have been dirtbags, we've been sinners, we've been selfish, and we sinned."
I wanted to go back to the part about this place in Tehachapi where Rob worked at. And
you are correct.
I know you said that each kind of told me he works at a place in Tehachapi. It's off the freeway. Why would you tell him that?
We talked about like what Robert does and just like how I can't think of. I mean, a couple things like come to my head. I don't know. There was like an RV. They build like motorhomes. I remember that, and
Turkey said that's wild. I would say it's wild now, but it's not wild for the old folks. See, you gotta understand, my father, God rest his soul, my father was from the silent generation. He was born in 1930s. My mom was a baby boomer. So anybody from the silent generation, they had a lot of kids. Those folks had a lot of children. So that's why you see numbers like that. Not like today. Today you can barely get out like 2 to 3 children. Back then they were having 6 children was considered low numbers back then. Yeah. That's shout out to the silent generation and the baby boomers. Rest in peace to my mom and my dad. Let's go on.
He just asked what Rob does up there. I'd come back with all kinds of, Rob would come home with stories and I would share them.
I mean, if I was in your shoes, I would, if I was in your whole relationship shoes and everything, and looking for divorce or whatever, I would give that location to Jonathan if I knew Jonathan had made plans prior to meeting up with Rob. That's why I would have told him, hey, he works at Tehachapi, the building's off the freeway, next to the motorhome place, if I knew they were going to go meet.
He never planned on meeting him at Tehachapi that he ever told me.
Where were they going to meet at,
Like he wanted to have lunch or like somewhere in town or something like that.
Yeah, because I would go have lunch with some guy that was sleeping with my wife. You know what I mean? That's not rational for people. They just don't do that. It won't go well. You'll end up in an argument and then possibly a death. You know what I mean?
I thought anything of it. Robert didn't want to meet with him. He just wanted to apologize, he said.
So maybe think about this.
That I don't know, and I'm not. He has a motorcycle, but I'm not too.
Hey, Brandon, how are you? Good to see you this
I know, how's
Saturday.
riding
Hope
on the
everything's
side?
well.
Forgiven.
Yeah, is that on there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's changed the appearance a little bit. He's changed the exhaust. And once he started feeling like we were going to come talk to him about this murder, not about an affair, we got video of him getting rid of it.
He doesn't have it anymore.
No, we have it.
I asked him yesterday if his bike was running.
Yes, it is, sir. Thank you so much for asking.
I need you to tell me more. I know you know a lot more than you're telling me. You're not going to be able to just forget about this.
At this point of part of this interrogation, she should go ahead and call it an end, a quits, and get her lawyer. That would be my advice that she should do, because she's in too deep. Obviously, does detective know that she's withholding so much information? She's been vague this whole entire time about the conversations that she had with Jonathan after finding out the news of her husband's death. She even admitted herself that he said that it could have been him, and that they sat up there and went in protective mode to protect their relationship that's needed to stay hidden, to protect their image due to the fact that her husband lost her life. So, everything that she's doing now is just only making it worse for her. It's not helping the situation, and acting oblivious about everything, like, that he's saying to you is not helping you. It's not helping you at all. I think she became a little bit more, or she feels that it's a little bit more real now due to looking at the photo. You could kind of see that her mannerisms have changed a little bit. She doesn't have her hand in her pocket anymore. She has her other hand on her head. That's a sign of a little distress, right? I'm not going to go with the crossing of the legs. We normally do say that if someone crosses their legs, that they're being withholding. However, she is a woman, and women do tend to cross their legs more often than men do. So that's not really a good sign for us to let us know if she's being forthcoming or not. So we have to pay attention to her upper body. We have to pay attention to her face. We have to also pay attention to her verbiage, right? Which we have been paying attention to. She's been very vague, not finishing complete sentences. And we also have to pay attention to tonage. Do we hear any slight differences with her tone? Does she seem excited? Does she seem even more demure? You know what I'm saying? Is she talking lower? You know, those are things that we have to listen out to understand what she's thinking and how she's feeling while she's getting these type of questions laid on her the way that they are. I do appreciate the tactic that the detective is using in this case. He's being very blunt with her, but he's not being blunt in a disrespectful manner, because I think he has picked up on her personality, that if he was to come aggressively, she would completely shut down. He already knows that she is manipulative. He spotted that out from a long time ago in the interrogation. So now all he's trying to do is for her to continue answering the questions that she's been trying her best not to answer, and to give vague answers to, like pertaining to the conversation afterwards, not the conversation before the incident, afterwards, because she was in full communication with Jonathan after finding out that her husband was shot to death on his work site. But let's go on. Let's go on.
This guy murdered your husband in cold blood.
I can't believe it.
That's not what John's saying in his interrogation, because John cracked almost immediately, telling police that Sabrina was actually the first one to bring up murdering Rob. Evidently, she feared he wouldn't be comfortable with divorcing because of his religion, and she was afraid that their friend group would want nothing to do with her anymore if they separated. I'm pretty sure murder is a bigger problem, but I digress.
So the first video was him too?
Walking across the park out there.
Or no?
He walked back to the shop. Door was open. Walked in. Rob was getting a Gatorade out of the refrigerator. And they got into a fight.
A fight?
Yeah. A physical fight. A struggle over the gun. And then pow. And then another one.
Robert was so strong. Like, that's why this is so crazy, because it's like,
very strong. And Jonathan wasn't as strong at the time. He's pretty strong now.
That's crazy, right? Absolutely.
why?
Why is he strong now? Because he's taking steroids. You can tell from the crime scene photos and stuff that there was a struggle. So Rob's fighting for his life. And then he's killing him. Because he wants you and your kids. He wants to be Rob. He wants to be Rob.
I find it completely messed up that you were afraid of losing your friend group. And obviously, it seemed Rob was well in touch with his religion. So maybe divorce wasn't an answer, right? Maybe whatever religion they were in, they can't divorce, right? But you can't. How can I put this? And this is not to offend anyone, and they're definitely not to offend anyone's religion, okay? But it's I would say it's the people behind the religion. Not everyone who say that they love God the way that they're supposed to, right? There's some people who love God when they have good luck, or they're seem like the type of person who have a good luck streak or a lucky charm. They love God. They, oh well, everything's great. That's because God's shining light on me and all the stuff like that. Then there's people who are a part of a religion, and their love is on the basis of trying their best as possible to follow the Bible to the T, the way how God intended to. And I know that that's going to look different and change as we continue to go on, living this world, generations and generations. The interpretation of how the Bible is supposed to be followed is going to change, right? Because it has to continue to adapt with the times, right? Because there's things in the Bible that we don't even use now, or even or even have now. Like I don't know. The last time, I haven't seen nobody running around here with Murph. I really don't, so, or goats or whatever, so those are things like that. But there's a lot of people who use religion, and they consider themselves as the quote unquote chosen one because they follow whatever religion, and they believe that excuse them for their behaviors, right? They can do this, and all I have to say, oh, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. And with the understanding of having a merciful God, whoever that God you serve is, that all your sins and everything is going to be washed away, and you will still find the pearly gates, right? And until that time, right? There's so many people like that. So I just want people to understand that just because a person say that they're religious, or they say that they're a part of a religion, that doesn't necessarily mean that that person is who they say they are, right? You know a person by their fruits. The same thing applies to a person being a hardworking individual, a honest individual, a loyal individual, a kind-hearted individual, a compassionate individual. It's about what you see and their actions that give you the idea of what that person is. So you can slap a religion on anybody's title, and that doesn't mean that they are that person. Just a heads up. Just a heads up, because we've seen a lot of fornicators, a lot of fornicators, a lot of blasphemers, right? A lot of adulteress, a lot of polygamists, people who are literally condemned in the good book, but they swear up and down that they are the ones who are supposed to be preaching and telling everybody about the good book. We see that so many times a day, and this is why I pray and I hope that everybody understand, don't blame the religions, okay? Doesn't matter what religions it is. Don't blame the religions, blame the people, because their interpretation is their interpretation alone, okay? All right, let's go on. Let's go on.
I don't want to believe that, it's not about, it's just, I can't believe that.
It's terrible. It's sad to take these kids' father away from them. Took their father away from them because he wanted to be Rob. Terrible. You read the Bible? David and Bathsheba and Uriah.
He told me about that.
Mm-hmm. Did you read the story?
No, I read.
Psalm 51.
Yeah, I don't remember. He knows the Bible.
Yeah,
right?
now she.
You know why? Because it's homeschooled. He was at home all the time, and they talked about church and stuff.
So I didn't think there was any. I mean, just it's hard.
It's impossible to overstate just how much Rob's kids adored him. The night of his murder, his 2 young kids were waiting at the door for him, even refusing to go to bed because they were so excited to see him. And that love was taken away from them, all because John and Sabrina thought they were the real-life King David and Bathsheba. In the Bible, King David falls madly in love with Bathsheba after he sees her bathing on a roof in the moonlight. Knowing that she's married, he orders her husband to the front lines of war so he will die, allowing him to take her as his bride. Sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it?
An affair is nothing. But murder? That's huge. Did you ever suspect him of doing this?
I didn't want to suspect him.
You didn't want to? But did you?
I just thought who? Thought who could do this to Robert? Like why? You know?
So, I mean, it's yes or no. Did you ever suspect him of doing that?
Yes, after seeing the video.
Yeah, that's sad. It's really sad.
It was like I was living like 2 lives.
Very sad.
You know? So
a life with Robert and then a life with Jonathan.
in a way, yeah.
And whenever he would talk to you,
I would go along, you know,
I'm sorry, what?
we talk about things, you know, and be together, the kids, talk about the kids, raising the kids. We talked about that a lot. How badly things were being done, you know, like.
So he's saying you were a bad parent and Rob was a bad parent? Because he obviously knows. He's 26 years old and he, you know what I mean?
He never I feel so foolish. I feel foolish. He prayed, I'm not a murderer, God.
Okay. How about Psalm 51? He told you about that, right? And he prayed for forgiveness for his bloodshed. Remember that? He talked about that?
For his bloodshed?
Mm-hmm. I think you were actually talking over him when he was talking about that. Because you guys do that a lot. You'll be talking, and then he talks, and you guys talk over each other. And then he prayed that God would forgive him for his bloodshed. I don't think you heard it. If you did or if you didn't, you don't remember hearing that?
No. But then hearing it out loud doesn't even add up.
I'm sorry?
Hearing it out loud, it doesn't even.
So,
Yeah. Doesn't make sense. But
also, you guys had a conversation about me, too. Remember the conversation? Well, a lot of them. I mean, I came up in almost every conversation you guys have. Right?
what's that stuff?
Those are just some of the stuff that I've been living with for the last while. I just wanted to talk to you about.
In the 4 months following the murders, the two exchanged over 5,000 texts. Those texts and the wiretapped calls allowed police to eventually get a search warrant on John's house. At the time of this interrogation, that search has just happened, and police found exactly what they needed. A red bandana, matching one worn by the killer, and a receipt from the gas station just down the road on the same day Rob was killed.
What do you think Jonathan's going to tell me?
I have no idea what he's going to tell you.
Because he's on his way here right now.
So it seems that they were already, hip on her tail. And since he was already picked up, Jonathan was already picked up, they said that he started squealing like a canary. He broke within like 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the interrogation and told everything. And then it seems that they were talking about the detective. So maybe he had the case from when it started. And they were talking about the detective in those text messages. I would love to know whether or not if there was any threatening threats made to the detective saying, hey, if he gets too close to find out, maybe we need to take him out or something like that. I find it was very interesting that he even let her know that he seen that they talked about him for a plethora of time. So I don't know. I don't necessarily mean that that's personal to the detective per se, but I find that that's quite odd. And then on top of that, why would you keep the red bandana at your house and then you also keep the receipt of the same day? Like, why would you even do that? Like, I don't understand about 1 minute you're smart on this, but then you're full blown dumb on another thing. It's just weird to me. If you even had a tip that the detectives are on your tail, that they're snooping around, wanting to know your whereabouts, eventually what's going to come next. If they confiscated your phone, what else you think is going to come next? Of course, they're going to get a warrant and they're going to search your house. They're going to search Jonathan's house and they're going to also search your house. Why would you leave that in your house? It's just the weirdest thing to me. Like, I don't understand. I don't know if it's because you got a little bit too comfortable. You got a little bit too comfortable. You didn't think it was a big deal. I don't know. I just find it weird that when you would leave any form of evidence of a crime at your house. We have heard stories and seen so many times on this channel, people literally burning and bleaching their clothes, trying to wash their clothes and dry it. We have found people found to be the murderer due to having blood drops on their shoelace. And even though they thought that they washed it out or bleached it out, in fact, they didn't, because even the littlest microscopic blood was deep down into the wire of the lace, where they found out that that was the shoe that was used to commit a crime. I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's just really, really weird. Brucey said they pick and choose what they obey and don't like. It's the McDonald's menu. I have a sin burger with a side of thighs, but then I beg for forgiveness and everything will be okay. Yes, that's exactly how people live their life, Brucey. That's how they live their life. Chirp, chirp. Yep. Brandon said, shaking my head, murderers always find a way to leave evidence behind. They're just as bad as public defenders. I agree. Because public defenders definitely, not all, but majority, public defenders definitely leave out a lot of evidence that can help their client. Okay? They do. And they get caught by a pair of gloves in the trash with their DNA in it. Right, exactly. They do the crime and they go and they take the gloves and they throw it in the nearest garbage, or they throw it in a location that has cameras like the gas station trash bag, and they throw it in there, and they really do believe that detectives are not going to search everything that happened within that day or week time span from where you went, what store you went, what time you left, when you took a shit, when you eat. Like, they're literally tracking everything. And they're going to pull from wherever resource that they can pull from to try to put these clues and things together. And people continue to make those type of mistakes, which I am glad. I am not saying, nor am I trying to tell people how to commit crimes and get away with it. Absolutely not. I am on the side of law enforcement. I will not be telling you how to do that. Never. Right? So please go ahead and continue to be dimwits so we can lock your ass up. Thank you. PSA. Let's go.
What do you think he's going to say? Apparently, he told one of the other detectives that he wanted to talk to me. What's he going to tell me about you?
Me? I have no idea what he's going to tell you about me.
Do you want me to give you an idea of probably what he's going to tell me?
What?
That you set this up and planned this. That's probably what he's going to tell me.
I can't imagine that.
Yes,
can't
Brad.
No?
imagine him saying
Absolutely.
that. No.
Why not? Because he loves you?
Nope.
Because he's a man of God? He's having an affair with a married woman?
No, not because of those things, because I didn't set it up, and because I can't imagine him saying that.
So I'm kind of curious what he's going to tell me too. If he's going to tell me that he planned this whole thing because you know that if your husband's working for the railroad at the time when the railroad is on duty and he gets killed on duty, that there's a lot of motivator there for money. $300,000 life insurance plus another $50,000, plus the possibility of the railroad coming in and going,
No,
hey, we can pay you off.
Detective Randall Roberts, I don't care about money. I don't.
That's a very deep reason to want to commit a crime, right? If he dies on the job, she would get $300,000 and also an extra $60,000 for what we call it. What is it? Locality, casualty, what's the name? And then being a part of a church community, you know that they're going to financially support. She would have been racking in dough. That shows a great intent for that. But the fact is that she's talking about, I don't care about money. If you didn't care about money, my dear, you would have divorced your husband and dealt with the fact that you would not have the same friends anymore, or the same church group, or you couldn't sit with the ladies or the other deaconess of the church. You can't sit with them anymore because you probably don't belong to that parish anymore because you're no longer married. That's just a part of the situation that you had to deal with. You did everything but that. And like, don't try to act like you don't care about money when you didn't care about cheating either. And I'm kind of like, knowing that this is supposed to be a church going family, and heavily within their in their religion, that they were a swinging couple. But like I said, nowadays, as many things have been playing out for people who are a part of religions, and they put themselves on Front Street, and things have been coming out about these individuals, I don't put nothing past it anymore. It seems that a lot of these individuals are living they're living of the world. I will say that. I'm going to keep it PG-13. They're definitely living of the world and not of the book. We'll just say that. You'll just say that. Brucey said opportunity is next. Can't sit with the cool kids, right? You know what's so funny, Brucey? Opportunity was already was already given in the earlier part of this interrogation, we are now understanding motive and intent outside of just her, having a significant other in the cheating part. But now we can understand why she would convince this young man to do this. Something like I was saying earlier, that she used her manipulation tactics to convince this young man that this is the best thing that needs to be done and how he would benefit from it. He gets the money, he gets the wife, and he gets the kids. Everything that he did not earn on his own.
Money. I can't even tell you how I don't care about money.
If I was in your shoes right now, I wouldn't care about money either. I would care about my survival.
Yeah.
Not going to prison for the rest of my life. That's what I would care about.
Yeah, of course.
I don't give a shit about money. That's why I work. I'm a cop. I don't care about money. It's money. It does make the world go round, but it's not everything.
It's not everything.
So
We had talked about, just Robert being murdered at work. Like why would that happen?
And you can see the way this looks really bad because you have an affair.
Yeah.
You have a motivator for money. Right? This looks terrible.
Yeah.
There's a murder, continuing affair, and people lying to conceal the affair and to conceal the murder.
Yeah. I can see how that looks really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
So what's Jonathan going to tell me?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea what he's going to tell you.
Because apparently he hasn't asked for a lawyer. He wants to talk to me. You know what usually happens in these cases? One person tells me that, in this case, Jonathan's going to tell me that you started all this and you talked him into it. You know what I mean? That's what that's probably what he's going to say. He's probably going to tell me that
I can't. Well, that wouldn't be true.
he's lied before.
I can't imagine.
He's lied about
I can't imagine him saying that.
the motorcycle. He's lied about talking to Robert 3 other times before the murder. He lied about murdering Robert, driving over there to Tashby and committing the murder.
He talked to Robert 3 other times.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a liar. But he thinks it's okay to lie because he's forgiven for his sins. He'll repent for those sins he's committed. And he thinks he's going to be okay. Nope. It's not okay. You can't just go out and commit a murder and then just think that you're doing God's work.
Yeah.
You know, think that I'm doing the work of God because he wants me to save her from her sins. And then think it's okay. And that's what he thinks. And I'm wondering what he's going to tell me.
John, in fact, told everything about the murder being Sabrina's plan and about how, allegedly, she had begged him to save her from her sinful marriage of swinging and bring her back to a godly life with a real husband.
You need to be honest with me. Because he's going to tell me.
I was just about to wonder about why would he think that he needs to save her from a sinful marriage, and now I see that because she told him that she was living in sin by being married to Rob and having a swinger relationship, and that now she made him the white knight in shining armor, that they're doing this to create back Eden. We must restore what God has wanted. No swinger relationship, monogamy, and children. And I'm just like amazed that he even fell for that. Like I don't know, like I don't buy it that much. The reason why I don't buy it that much is like, dude, you was literally fornicating with a married woman. You are the last one to act righteous about anything. You're a fornicator. Seriously. What are you coming in there to save the day on what? You cannot beat a sin with a sin. The weirdest thing. You can't beat a sin with a sin. I understand people know the whole eye for eye situation, and I know it says it in the Bible and all the stuff like that. But if you're in sin, you're not beating a sin with a sin. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Right? I forgot what verse it says it in the Bible, but in the Bible they said that all sins are all sins, right? Now, I'm sure that you get damnation in different levels depending on what the sin is, but a sin is a sin. Prime example, people don't know. Hate to say it. Telling your kids about Santa Claus, lying to your kids that saying that this person exists is a sin. It really is, according to the Bible. But that is different than you going out there and you unaliving someone. That's a sin too. Those are different type of consequences. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see. If you want to watch a good 5-season series, I love Leverage. I love Leverage, Brucey. Yes, I already seen it. I love it. Brandon saying you commit a sin to save from a sin is crazy work. Right. Exactly, Brandon. It is crazy. Definitely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, Miss Joanne. How you doing, sissy? How you doing? It's good to see you. Don't worry about not getting a notification. I don't think any of my notifications actually went out this time. It's been a very slow day today. It's cool. I know a lot of people are preparing for a lot of things. I hope you're doing good. And please, you are above me. Shout out to Canada. Make sure you stay warm. You got your survival kit out there. If you get snow too, make sure everything is copacetic. Okay, sis? Make sure everything's good. It's good to see you. Definitely good to see you. Let's see. God doesn't grade on a curve, MJ. We either sin to him or we don't. One sin isn't any worse than the other. Death is the result of any sin. That is correct. You are correct about that. You're definitely correct about that. I mean, to sin is to die regardless, no matter what. All right. Yes, it's so good to see you, Miss Joanne. I hope everything's going well with you. All right, let's finish this out. I think we got a couple more minutes.
He's going to tell me exactly what happened.
Well, good.
Because you know why? Because he has to. He has to tell somebody this.
Yeah.
He's going to have to tell me
It's
what happened.
5 degrees today. 5 degrees over
He's
here,
curious.
Miss Joanne.
Right? Even minds are curious. They want to know, what evidence do you have to show that I've done this? All of our minds are curious. And he is going to ask, he's going to want to know, what do you have? And he's going to want, we tell him. But what I'm wondering is, what he's going to tell me about you.
I know.
Okay. Why would you tell him where Robert worked at?
That was a long time ago.
Like how long ago?
Like probably a long time ago. Half of a year ago or so.
Mm-hmm. Why specifically would you tell him that was it building in Tehachapi?
We talked about Tehachapi, and
It's right off the freeway.
he's asked me.
He's asked you. Why do you think he asked you?
I don't know, like it was in conversation, like literally in conversation.
Okay.
Where Robert works, and just kind of like.
You know why he was doing that? Because he was planning.
You don't have to ask her that foolish question. She knows why he was asking those questions because she was having the conversation with him. It does not make any sense. Who in the world? And I don't know, because I never had I never been in a relationship and had a side person. That's not my thing, right? I'm a monogamous woman, right? But I don't know nobody in their right mind, for what I assume, if they sneaky linking out here, who sit up there and have long conversations with about the person that they're cheating on with. I really just don't see that happening. You laying up with your snuggle buddy and you're talking in lengths about your wife or your husband or your significant other. Like, who really does that? I could see it maybe in the beginning, because usually people use that as a tactic to, to lay it on thick, as into why, this feels so real and this feels right. And I never felt like this before in my entire life. People use that in the beginning, but nobody uses that throughout the relationship. No, I don't see that happening, and especially when sneaky links still turns into relationships, right? Where you're trying to now remove yourself from your old relationship. Y'all are having more plans and conversations about the future and how y'all future together is going to look like. Not sitting up there talking about the person that you're trying to leave. And clearly she seemed to have a lot of conversations about her husband with this man, which I will find odd, and I'm sure the detectives know why they was having those conversations, because you was plotting and planning for a very long time. I want to take notice of her body language again. Now, out of all this time, she decides to cross her arms. Now she is definitely letting us know that she is not being forthcoming, because the questions that she's being asked is too hot for her. It's starting to lead, or she's starting to get an understanding that the detectives no longer look at her as a sobbing, in distress wife whose husband got killed. She now realized that she is a full-on suspect into this situation with her husband. So now, once again, she is going into her survival mode. Everything has changed about her. Even her tone has changed now at this part of the interrogation. It's crazy. Let's see. He said, we are paired, just don't ask what year it is. Let's see. Damn, I feel for the man who kissed Miss MJ Hart. She better walk straight than never. No, Brucey, I am off the market. I'm off the market myself. I put myself off the market. So nobody has to worry about that. Let's go on. Y'all funny.
Okay. So he could be with you forever. He's planning this out. He was making this plan up in his head. He had a lot of pre-planning done. Like driving up there, checking it out. He went up there on his motorcycle, checks it out, finds out how much fuel he needs to make it there and back. Worst points are out, where he's going to stop at. This is the plan. He had a master plan. I mean, I can't imagine that. It's hard for me to imagine that, honestly, that you didn't know that this was going on. You know what I mean? With all this talk on the phones in your guys' house, getting a burner phone, it's hard to believe that you didn't have knowledge of it. You didn't know that you guys have talked about it. I mean, it's yeah. I know you're saying,
Not
you're
her
saying that
having
you
a
don't,
whole
you don't
burner
know.
phone.
You didn't know this, but it's very hard to believe. You know what I mean?
I understand that it would be. And now that I'm looking at it outside of,
What I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Right.
Where you're looking at. And talking to Patrick, like I saw it, like, oh my gosh, yeah, I mean,
What do you think's going to happen to you right now?
I'm going to jail.
I mean, with all this, everything. I mean, do you think that you're going to be able to see your kids again?
I hope so. I can't. This is detective. It's a nightmare.
That's the of a detective who had to surveil two adults in a puppy dog romance and knows what a real nightmare is.
I love you so much, so I know you have changed my life and changed my heart.
This was actually John's first relationship. He was homeschooled and raised in a very sheltered religious environment, meaning that his foray with Sabrina was his first real outing into the dating pool. And man, did he dive in the deep end.
Jonathan was arrested at the same time you were. He just got done and got into jail. There's a great many questions that we need to have you answer for us. Okay?
Okay.
Tell me what I think when your secret boyfriend finds out exactly where your husband is in a different county, 2.5 hours away, drives up here and kills you. What do I think? How in the world would he find out where that place is? I couldn't even find it when they sent us there.
That's my fault.
Absolutely. What's it look like to me?
I know.
Let me tell you what it'll look like to a jury. This is all I do. It's all I've been doing for many years. Let me tell you what a jury's going to think. The same thing I am right now and the same thing you are.
Yeah, I understand.
So we got some problems. You need to tell me why you're not an accomplice to this murder.
Why am I not?
Yeah.
Because I would never want Robert dead. I would never want him dead. Ever.
Yes, you did. You guys have been talking for weeks and weeks about how this is God's will. Do you think God meant for you and Jonathan to be together? Is that what you guys are talking about?
That's
when you're praying that the DNA doesn't let us find out. Would you want me to read that one to you?
I did.
You're praying that the DNA doesn't let us find out. Find out what? If his DNA is at the scene of the murder, what am I going to find out? That you two are laying around together? I'm going to find out that Jonathan killed him. We already knew that. We had those motorcycle pictures long before you know it. Okay? When we had somebody call us and say, you need to look at this guy right here, months ago, not weeks. Because he's calling us up, crying, trying to apologize for something, and we haven't figured out what he did. But he keeps crying and apologizing. He has a purpose for us in our marriage. He even knew that Rob was going to get killed. When he told you that's him in the video, why were you not burning his phone up to tell you, I found out who killed my husband?
I mean, you said it looked like him.
Because your relationship with Jonathan is more important than your husband was.
No.
You should have been tearing his phone up. Jonathan just told me that's him in the video. Okay? Why did we get that call?
I asked him, I said, what
You don't need to ask him anything. Tell me why you didn't call us.
Because he said it could have been planned. Like it could have
No,
been.
there's no could have. Okay? That's not, it's a glass of water. It's not a house, it's not a car. I can't tell you that, well, that could be a chair. It's a glass of water. That could be me in the video. What do you mean it could be you? It either is or is not. And if he's in the video, that's the video of the suspect. We all know that. You know that, don't you?
And
That guy in that video walked into the place where your husband was and killed him and then ran off. And he tells you that could be me in the video. What did you think?
So what they are leading in with now is the tactic that most of y'all know because we have covered this over on this channel. It is the good cop, bad cop scenario. The reason why is because they need to start laying in more of the details to her about what they know. And also to get into her head that Jonathan have already told on you. He has already ratted on you. If she has not figured that out yet, obviously we could tell she haven't, but she has been thrown under the bus. This way, they want to see if she's going to take the bait and try to pin it on Jonathan that this was all on him. Remember, in the beginning of this interrogation, she was like, oh my God, Jonathan would never do that. In a way, in her own way, she felt that she was protecting Jonathan, even though everything would have led back to him, especially with the video. She was still in her own way trying to convince the first detective that Jonathan doesn't have that type of a spirit. You know, he's not ill-spirited or evil-spirited, and he wouldn't do no such a thing, right? Now it's more about protecting herself. They had to bring in the bad cop, the one who is a little bit more intense and aggressive at this point, because they want to see if she's going to take the bait. Is either two things that she can possibly do at this point. No matter of fact, I'll say three. It's three things that she can really do. All right. One, she can go ahead and tell the truth. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I convinced Jonathan to do that to my husband. Yes, we had those conversations and messages and stuff like that. All of that is true. I did write those things. Blah, blah, blah. I feel so sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Second thing she could do, throw it all on Jonathan, that it was his idea from the beginning, that you became a scared little church girl when you found out that he committed the crime. Also kind of led that he kind of coerced you to go along with it and threaten you and your children. And this is why you did not reach out to them after you confirmed that he was able to kill your husband. And then the third thing that she can do, which I think that time have already passed for her, is end the interrogation and lawyer the hell up. So we know those are the three choices that she has in this predicament. Who can tell me which one she's going to take? Write it in the chat. Brucey said if he wasn't there, he wouldn't be anywhere near the video. Stupid. Yeah. Say, who was your favorite on Leverage? Mine was Parker the Thief. You know, it's been a minute since I seen Leverage. I really didn't have a favorite. I just like the show in general. I like Leverage. I like Damages. Damages is a good show to watch, especially my true crime lovers, right? Damages was a very good show. The Lincoln Lawyer, very good show to watch. Those are things you should look out for. There's a few other, but those were the top three that came to mind when it comes down to this.
I'm more confused here, Sabrina. I'm really telling you. I think you're flat in the middle of this murder. I think you set your husband up and had him killed by Jonathan so you two could be together.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that's not going to happen, ever.
Yeah,
Okay? You need to get that through your head now. You are not going to be together. You're going to end up going to prison for the rest of his life. And I've got some serious doubts about you. If he told you he did this and he told you this because you guys wanted to be, he wants to be with you, you need to tell us now. If not, all we're left to think with is that you set this whole thing up. If he went and did something stupid, okay, you need to tell us now.
Well, you have it right there.
I don't have it. I want it out of your mouth because we've not got any truth out of your mouth. And if I don't start
Well,
getting
he said
something, I
it,
told you, I'm left to believe exactly what I really believe. Somebody told him where Rob was, exactly where Rob was, and we're over there to kill him. And you know, if we've been listening to what you guys have been talking about for weeks and weeks, what we've got.
Miss Jalen is out and
I
about. I
understand.
think
When
she
he comes
has
down here and he purposely
she has
tells
a
you we
show
haven't
tonight,
got
so she
nothing,
must be
just to see what
preparing
she'll say,
when
and burn
she's
up the
not
phone.
here.
They ain't got nothing. Okay, we're okay. They ain't got nothing. What's it sound like? What will it sound like?
Well, he did that yesterday, and I don't.
At what point did he tell you he shot Rob? And don't tell me he didn't. I know better.
He said that was him yesterday.
No. No. I ain't gonna cut it. Tell me when he told you he killed your husband. Because he did and he told you. Okay? Or you knew it already. If he didn't tell you, you knew it already. And you knew it before he did it.
I didn't know.
Then how did he find out where your husband is to go kill him?
It's my fault.
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Yes. When he asks about where your husband is, what do you think he's asking for? You go on a milkshake, say hi. I'm doing your wife. What do you think he's going to do?
Wheelock, I appreciate you.
When did he tell you? You're not going to get another shot at this, I'm telling you. We're going to leave here in a minute, and we're not going to talk to you again. You want to, but your attorney won't let you, and it's too late. I won't talk to you legally. We're done.
I understand.
We will take what we have and go with it. You wouldn't be here if we didn't have enough. Okay?
I understand. I know. I know it doesn't look good.
No. There's a difference between doesn't look good and absolutely is not good. This is absolutely not good.
I understand that.
Okay?
I understand that. He never told me that he was going up there that day. I had told him where Robert.
Why? We're still back to that one, and I'm still sitting here waiting for a reason why you would tell Jonathan where your husband is.
Yes, Miss Joanne, a whole hour ago, she should have had lawyered up and shut up, but
Are you going to come up with some answer between now and trial time? Before this thing comes to an end. Okay? I'm going to ask you one more time. Did Jonathan tell you he killed your husband?
He never told me that.
When the officer returns just moments later, he's much more level, which is unfortunate because he said everything we're thinking.
Hi.
Hello. I think that a decision needs to be made right now. You requested this. You want to talk to Randall. We're 4 hours into this, and you haven't said anything different to him than what you told me. If you have something you need to say, right now's the time, because otherwise I'm ready to cut this off.
Probably think you guys, I mean,
You think what?
everything that has been said has been evidence that is clear. It's my fault for telling Jonathan where Robert was that day.
And
hey, Lana, how are you doing? Happy
most certainly
Saturday
is.
to you.
It
Happy
is.
Saturday.
It is your fault. If you don't have anything for us, I think we can get you to jail.
Okay.
That is a yes. I do not have anything to tell you.
Lemon
Is that
pepper
fair? Is that fair?
seasoning or the actual
I said
lemon and pepper?
everything that we,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You told him the same
So-
thing that you told me. Only I wasn't patient for 4 hours. I was kind of trying to move it along. After about an hour of listening to you tell me nothing. He's a lot nicer than me, a lot more patient. So what I need you to do is I need you to stand up and turn around.
Ultimately, John was sentenced to 25 years and 4 months in prison under a plea deal for voluntary manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Sabrina was convicted of first-degree murder, attempted murder, solicitation of murder, and conspiracy. She was sentenced to 25 years to life, leaving her children without a mother or a father. Thank you for watching today's video. Whether you're new here or have been with us for
serves that woman right. The fact that she even tried to use religion to explain away and excuse away for her doing a vicious, horrible crime is truly shameful. Unfortunately, I don't feel bad for the young man either, because he wasn't that young, right? He was 25 years old. He knew right from wrong, all right? He was a grown man. He's just a young man. He knew that having sex with a married woman was a no-go. They said to himself that he was brought up in a very strict religious household. So he understands the Bible, right? She was in a religious marriage, supposedly. But she understands what she did was wrong. It's unfortunate that a young man lost his life. I do feel more for the kids than anyone in the situation outside of the victim, because now the kids don't have a mom nor a dad. That means that they have to deal with the fact that mom took their dad away from them. And it seemed like he was a great dad, since they were staying up all day and all night waiting for him to come home and didn't know why dad wouldn't come home, right? It's hard. It's a sad situation, but I hope the more that we go over these type of cases, people will get it through their thick head and their thick skull. Leave the marriage. Leave the relationship. You do not own anyone. Some things need to be let go. It's okay. It hurts. It sucks. But it might be the best thing that can possibly happen to you in your life. And you can't open up new doors, if you keep in old doors closed. But one thing for sure, this is not the route. This is not the route to go. All right? It's not the route. You infect too many people taking this route, as well as yourself. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. All right. I have one more case for you good folks. Hopefully this one will go by a little bit faster, because we're already at the 3-hour mark. And I have my co-workers who do like to come in and support from time to time. Shout out to the co-workers. They be complaining about my live stream being 4 hours long and everything like that. So I'm going to try to keep it within the 2-hour, maybe 3-hour mark as best as possible. But I do want to finish this off with you good folks. So I do have one more case for you. And if you could, can you just please hit the like button for me? Truly appreciate it. It helps the channel. Or you can hit the down button. It still helps the channel. And then share this out with anyone who likes these immersive type of conversations about these type of cases, which can come from children, old people, deranged people, people who have psychological issues, sociopaths, you name it. We go through it all, okay? We go through it all over here. So the last but not the least case that I have for you good folks today is about a college student. A spoiled college girl thinks that she can unalive a baby. But the most, I guess, disturbing thing about it is that she thinks that is funny. She thinks it's funny. I wanted to see this. This is the first time that I saw or reviewed this with you guys. So we're doing this together. Let me go ahead and pull up my stream and we can look at this. All right. Hope y'all can see this. And here we go.
We got a newborn baby. It's been distorted. Looks like it's dead.
You knew that you were pregnant, right or wrong? for sure, for a complete fact, no. I did not know completely, absolutely, positively.
You realize that we have your computer.
That's not my computers. I didn't really have much concern for the baby. I was more concerned about my well-being and taking care of myself.
Then they turned over like pictures, and I really hope they're not trying to show pictures in the courtroom. And here I go.
When a horrifying discovery is found in a trash bag outside a sorority house at Muskingum University, suspicion falls on a young college student. As investigators dive into the truth behind the gruesome find, unsettling evidence begins to emerge, leaving them to question, is the suspect telling the whole truth, or is there more to the story than she's leading them to believe?
So they told me it's going to come down to who do they believe, me or the coroner?
Details of the chilling incident that took place on Wednesday, April 22, 2015 in New Concord, Ohio, begin to emerge in a conversation recorded between the student Emily and her mother, Sandra.
Did anyone knock at the door? Yeah, somebody tried to get in the bathroom and knock at the door, but there was no sound whatsoever. The door was locked. They could not get in. Nobody answered. I don't know any of this because you have to help.
It began when Emily's sorority sisters found a tightly knotted trash bag resting against the side of the house. They tore it open, uncovering a terrifying scene that would soon send shockwaves through the entire community.
Hey, it's Jim, University PD. Hey, I'm going to need you to send a deputy over here to 125 Lakeside. We got a newborn baby been discarded. Looks like it's dead.
Okay. This call's on the way too.
Yep, thanks. Bye.
Police quickly arrived at the sorority house where 12 young women lived while attending the nearby university. While it was unclear at the time what pointed witnesses to one specific resident, everyone believed the mother of the child to be 20-year-old Emily Weaver. Detective Todd Maley from the Muskingum County Sheriff's Office conducted a brief interrogation with Emily, documenting their exchange. At first, Emily denied having a baby, but faced with the fact that DNA evidence could connect them, she admitted that the child was hers. With the hopes of uncovering how such a horrific tragedy may have happened, the detective returns the following day to question Emily once again. However, little could prepare the detective for the shocking truths he'll soon learn as their conversation unfolds.
When I first came over here yesterday and we first met, you lied at first about being pregnant. And then you ended up admitting that you were. What happened yesterday morning?
I condition for sure from like me having a baby.
Of course you were pregnant. Did anybody know about that? Tell me about that.
No one knew about that.
No, you told me that there was rumors.
Yeah, because I didn't take a test or anything.
However, it would later be revealed that Emily did take a pregnancy test at the university's wellness center. They would reach out to Emily in an attempt to share the positive results, but their calls, emails, and texts would go unanswered, begging the question, did she simply miss the messages, or did she choose to ignore them? The answers began to reveal themselves in a series of text messages later uncovered between Emily and her ex-boyfriend, Logan. On March 18th, 1 month prior to giving birth, Emily texts, "I don't know what to do besides keep it a secret, and I haven't told anyone about this situation, but it's getting harder to keep quiet about." Emily tells Logan they need to talk about the situation they're in. She accuses him of acting like nothing's going on, saying he has no consequences.
Well, tell me about some of the rumors.
Well, basically, I just heard it coming from one girl.
Ooh, oh my God. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. So I think this one is a little bit self-explanatory, but it seems that this is a girl who's in college and she was having premarital sex, which most college students do, had a boyfriend, and I think according to those messages, the boyfriend was like, it's your problem. You deal with it. He was one of those type of scumbags, kind of like per se. And I think to get back at him and also worrying about her image, what would be said on campus, what would be said amongst her peers, what would be said about her family and her home life when she go back to home. All of that threw her into a loop where she was just more concerned about herself. She seemed like a very selfish human being, right? All about me, me, me. Obviously, we could tell that she was not ready to be a mother. And this is what a lot of people, especially men, have to understand, right? Just because she is a female and she has a reproductive system that can produce another human being does not make a female a mother. I repeat, just because a person's gender is female does not correlate that she automatically supposed to be a mom. Okay? There is a difference. We as human beings have to be a little bit more responsible about who we lay down with and a little bit more concerned about participating in the act of sex. The act of sex can produce children. You can be very careful. You can be very safe. You can follow all the rules and guidelines, protection, all that under the sun. It's not 100%, right? Things can still happen, okay? So you have to take into consideration who you lay down with. And it's not only just a woman's responsibility, it is also a man's responsibility. You have a part to play. Because now, look at the situation. Look at the situation. You have a young baby, an infant that was just born, that was thrown out in a trash bag and put out on the outside of the house like garbage, because that baby wasn't born to actual parents. That baby was born to two individuals who can just produce children. Are you understanding what I'm putting down? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? The baby didn't have a chance because it was born to two individuals who are not meant to be parents. We have to take those things into consideration too, and not continue to just promote producing and producing. Okay? All right. Let's go on.
Because my roommate was like talking to someone, he said it was brought up, and some of her sorority sisters brought it up, but like I've only like heard it come from that one source.
Why didn't you want anyone to know that you were pregnant?
I didn't exactly know I was pregnant.
In a heated exchange on April 17th, just 5 days before giving birth, Emily accuses Logan of starting a war by telling others, indicating that the two of them may not have been the only ones who knew.
You didn't know you were pregnant. Now you were shown.
I mean, I gained weight. I mean, not an excessive amount, but.
When did you stop having a period?
Sometime after August, but I was still like spotting like throughout.
According to Detective Maley's notes from the day prior, Emily also claimed she had no visible stretch marks and experienced no nausea, symptoms usually indicative of pregnancy. But based on a pin about a baby's nursery setup she saved on her social media account and the text she sent to Logan, it's clear she was aware of her situation.
And I don't want to beat you about this, but you knew that you were pregnant, right or wrong?
For sure, for a complete fact. No, I did not know completely, absolutely, positively.
Emily tells Logan, "I just don't know how to deal with this situation," to which he suggests she go to a clinic. Her response, "I'm 7 months," goes against her claims that she had no idea she was pregnant. As the detective confronts her about this knowledge, she continues to give vague answers.
You suspected you were pregnant.
I mean, it crossed my mind, but I didn't.
Okay. And that's what you said last night. You said it crossed your mind, and I said, how did it cross your mind? And you said what? Do you remember? You told me because you gained weight.
A little bit, but nothing significant.
I believe that you went into the bathroom and had this baby, and it was a complete surprise. That's not true, is it?
What?
That when you went to the bathroom and had this baby, it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know I was pregnant. I mean, that's unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect I was going to have a kid right there.
However, alarming clues, including Emily's search history, hint that she may not have been as blind to her situation as she wants the detective to believe. Although none of this still explains what really happened to the baby.
Have you looked up things on your computer, on the internet, in reference to concealing a pregnancy?
What's concealed?
To hide that you were pregnant?
No.
Have you looked up things on the internet in reference to
I don't know how you term pregnancy.
to terminate a pregnancy?
I mean, yeah, look things up.
On how to terminate a pregnancy?
Or, yeah, if it came down, like.
Okay.
And most of it was like abortion. It's mostly all I seen or looked at.
However, Emily may have
I don't know why she did this. I mean, some women are scared. Some young girls are scared because there's so much backlash for having a child out of wedlock. Don't know her upbringing. That could be a part of it. The social life. She's not going to be able to go out and paint the town red anymore. That could be a situation, right? Because a lot of people don't understand what women give up when they do have children. A lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people think it's really easy. It's not easy. It's not easy having children, right? Your body changed, your mind changed, and unless you really built for it and you really want to, you love your baby, you love your child, you want to do the best for it, you sacrifice a lot. A lot. Obviously, she wasn't willing to sacrifice. I do still believe that she did what she did also because she wanted to get back at her boyfriend. It seemed in the text messages, he was very nonchalant, hands off. He literally advised her to go to a clinic to get an abortion. So, this was a love child that turned out to not be a love child because the love completely went gone when responsibility kicked in for both of them. She didn't want to be a single mother. He wasn't trying to be a father. And this is the situation that we have. This is the situation that we have. But for her to sit up here and to lie and say that she didn't know that she was pregnant is BS. All that evidence being found on your laptops, finding out how to get rid of a baby, how to conceal a baby or hide it from everyone, wearing baggy sweats, baggy jeans, jerseys, things that make you feel like you're big, so it's a lot. It's really a lot about her lying about it. And the bad thing about it is like the way how she's talking about it too gives me a hint about her personality as well. I think I would think differently about her if her mannerism was so I don't give a care. I don't care. She seems very indifferent, even within her lying. She seems very indifferent and about the whole situation, even though this is a whole human being because the baby was born, a whole human being we're talking about, and this is your actual biological child. So it's crazy to me that she's so like, you know, but she knew exactly what was going on. But I don't understand, even within that, why would you, two things, why didn't you just take the baby to a fire station or look up online where there's places where you can, you know, give your baby, if you want to give it away, that will still be safe, like one of those safe haven spots. Why you didn't look up that? You went and looked up abortion, but you didn't go to a clinic. He told you to go to a clinic, but you didn't go to a clinic. You literally went full term, and you decide to do this, and you decide to discard your baby in that way. It's sad. It's a very, very sad situation. And like I said, trigger warning, because I know how y'all folks feel, like some of y'all folks, how I feel when it has things to do with babies and children and stuff like that. I feel a kind of way. It makes me, it makes me a little unsettled inside. So this is a trigger warning. If you cannot stomach this, to listen to this or listen to any of the details, it is okay. Please go ahead and step away from the channel. Go watch something else. Enjoy your rest of your weekend. You can do whatever you want. I truly appreciate it, because I do understand. Okay? All right. Let's see. Yas Design, how are you? Happy Saturday. She said, no soul. You have to be a different kind of person to harm a baby that's yours. Yeah, I agree. And sometimes we know that postpartum kicks in. And when women have high levels of testosterone in their system, normally that allows them to look at their child as its stranger, or what's the word? They look at their child like it's not their own, right? And they can be very brutal or dangerous to their child when women have certain high levels of testosterone in their system. Every case that I have looked at or listened to, they have always tested, and they found out during the time the levels of testosterone in that mother was extremely high. It was on average the equivalent of a 20-year-old man, which is extremely high for women. Our testosterone levels are never supposed to be that high. And women who tend to have higher testosterone levels tend to be very vicious or very indifferent, and can do a lot of things that people don't tend to believe that women are capable of doing. But shout out to you. Happy Saturday. Turkey said, she had positive pregnancy tests at a public health service. Yes, she did. So she did know. Like, we all know that she knew. She went to go get it confirmed by going to a health service place to confirm that. So she knew. So I don't know how she can claim that she didn't know she was pregnant and thinks that's plausible. Exactly. I think she's just plain dumb. She's just plain dumb at this point. She's just plain dumb. Lark said, I can't stand dudes who tell women to go to the clinic. Do you understand that a lot of those, clinic visits are literally initiated by the other partner? A lot of people do not want to admit that. A lot of people think that it's just only the women just being selfish and saying, yeah, I'm just going to go there. A lot of them have been initiated by the other person in the relationship. Yes, Joanne said indifference. Yes. All right, let's go on. Let's hear what else she has to say.
More than considered the idea, as is revealed in a text exchange on April 17th, just 5 days before giving birth. Logan sends a text to Emily which reads, "You should have gotten it taken care of when I told you to." In Emily's bedroom, investigators uncovered a startling new clue, but getting a straight answer as to her intentions would be no easy task.
The pills that were found in your room, what were they called?
This like black, starts with a C.
Is it black cohosh?
Yeah.
Are those pills to induce an early labor or to terminate a pregnancy?
I mean, there's like options, but I haven't checked them online.
Okay, so those pills do that.
Yes.
Regardless of whether she
don't
knew
think
all
they're old
along or
enough for
was
that
truly
group.
unaware, her decision to hide the truth once labor began raises disturbing questions.
What was going on before the birth?
I just felt like an uncomfortable pain. Is that like what you want? Like,
Is that what you had, was an uncomfortable pain?
yeah, it wasn't anything like severe. It wasn't like I didn't think anything of it. And then
Where was it at?
where was that?
Yeah.
My bedroom, like in my bed. Just
No, I mean, where was the pain at on you?
oh, just like stomach area, like nothing like it wasn't lower. It was just like my stomach. And then I like thought I had the stomach bug because then I went to the bathroom and I kept like I pooped a lot. And like the stomach flu's been going around, and like one of my housemates had it, so I was like, well, maybe that's just what it is. And so, like, I just pooped, and then I just laid back down. I didn't think anything of it. Kind of like dozed in and out throughout the night. And there's like, I mean, later on, there's like a more like sharp, heavier pain that was lower down. And I went downstairs, like I said, because if it was the stomach flu, it goes upstairs. Like I didn't want it to be contagious, so I would get it. So I figured that would be the best place to go because it'd be easiest to like don't go, like go clean and investigate.
The admission that as many as 8 other girls were sleeping upstairs while she gave birth raises concerning questions about no one hearing a sound or rushing downstairs. However, this still didn't scratch the surface, as a morbid question will soon cloud the entire case.
So then what happened?
And I just sat there, and then all of a sudden, like, I just felt like a rip and like heavy pressure, and then the baby came out.
And where are you at in the little bathroom?
Like sitting on the toilet.
Okay. So you feel this pressure, and you said the baby comes out. Did you scream? Can you describe how it came out and then what it looked like?
I mean, I didn't scream, like I was like quiet about it because I didn't like want anyone to like wake up or be concerned. So like it wasn't like god awfully painful, like, you know, like people hear, like it wasn't, I mean, it hurt a little bit, but it wasn't like that bad. So I didn't really scream. Like I might have like been breathing a little heavier, but that's about it.
So when
So I'm thinking that her baby was definitely a preemie or had the body of a preemie. And it's probably because of those pills that she knows that was supposed to induce a abortion. That's why the baby was that small. If she's saying that she felt some pain, she did feel a rip, but it wasn't as I guess people have, subscribe to her that it's very painful and it's a rip and tear and all that stuff like that. She didn't really experience that. So I don't think that that baby was fully developed. It was more of a preemie per se. And I think the pills and everything else that she tried to do to get rid of it was the cause of that. Again, it's still very disturbing to me about how she's talking about it because she has no care in the world. I don't see guilt. I don't see remorse. I don't see her being disturbed or anything about the situation. That would be quite disturbing, especially according to her lie. She didn't know that she was pregnant or she didn't necessarily know what was going on. I would be scared and terrified. You telling me you're in a house with 11 other girls and these are supposed to be your close-knit girls, y'all sisterhood, y'all pledging with each other and stuff like that. And you did all this and you made sure to be quiet and keep it really, really quiet. Nobody can hear you. And I'm wondering, how was you able to get the baby out the bathroom and get the garbage can or get the garbage bag? Did you ask one of your girlfriends to go get the garbage bag for you and say that you was just throwing up and you was just throwing your clothes away or something like that? I'm thinking about even the bathroom itself. The bathroom is not that big, right? It has to take time to clean it. Is having a child is not a non-messy type of situation. Did the baby fall in the toilet? Like, there's so many things that's coming into my mind, but even by me saying all these different type of versions of what happened, you chose the wrong thing to do. You should have even gotten yourself to the hospital, because you could have had bled to death, right? You and this baby could have got to the hospital right then and there. You could have told them that you don't want this child. They would have kept that child. They would have took care of that child. They would have did tests on the child to make sure that the child's okay. They would have did everything they needed to do, and it would have been off your hands. So my point is like, why would you go this route? Why? And this is 2015, y'all. This is 2015, 2014. 90s, 80s and the 90s, we had high teen pregnancy. We had rappers do songs about it. Brenda has a baby, right? We had people talk about it all the time. We had numerous of 1980s coming of age movies about teen pregnancies. I can see that and understand that more when women and young girls would try to hide their pregnancy and they didn't know what to do, and they would leave their baby somewhere or whatever not, or try to hide it or throw it in the dumpster and stuff like that. I can understand that. I'm not understanding that in 2015. I'm not understanding in 2015, because we have gotten better to understand the nature of young people having children and not being ready for that responsibility, that we have created those safe havens for them to, give up their child and to make sure that the child is found and safe. They have it at the fireplaces. You could do it at the church. You have all these places where you can, give the child up. There should be no reason why you would do anything of this sort. So I think that's another reason why that the detectives is going so hard on trying to understand her mind and every step that she took and what she was thinking at every step that she took, because they're trying to see whether or not did she do this because she was in shock. Was she going through postpartum? Or did she do this in malicious intent to spite her ex-boyfriend? They want to know that, because that is very important. Because if she did it because she's going through some chemical changes in her body, then she needs help, right? She needs help. But if she did this to just be spiteful, cruel, malicious, right, then she need to go to jail. See the difference? All right, let's go on.
When the baby came out, where did the baby go? The toilet.
In a conversation with her mother later, the two hint at the possibility of disturbing photographic evidence being witnessed by others.
I really hope they're not trying to show pictures in the courtroom. I have a feeling they are. If you're above.
Okay. Describe to me the baby's position in the toilet.
It was like laying down. I'm pretty sure I think there's paper towels in the toilet it was on top of. It was it was basically it was laying, but it wasn't turned in the water, you know what I mean? It was head and facing upwards.
And the baby was born alive.
Yeah.
On April 22nd at 7:12 p.m., just before the police arrived, Emily sent the following horrifying text to Logan. "No more baby, taken care of." As Logan demands to know what happened, texting, "I want to know how you killed my child," she states, "I went into labor last night for 6 hours. It was a girl with your dark hair," adding she didn't make it due to placenta complications. However, a later shocking admission by Emily may suggest the truth is not so simple and worse than the detective could have imagined. As Emily continues her harrowing account, she tells the detective the baby was making slight movements, but was not crying. Throughout her unsettling account, she never mentions encountering other household members or hearing a knock at the bathroom door, as the phone call with her mom had suggested.
I don't remember any of this stuff. I mean, they said there was no sound whatsoever. There was no you, there was no baby, there was no nothing.
Whether someone may have stood just outside the door, unknowingly within earshot of what was happening inside, remains unanswered, as no witnesses have come forward. For now, the heartbreaking revelation that the baby was born alive raises troubling questions about her death and disturbing possibilities for what may have happened next.
After I tried to stop some of the were bleeding, I tried to check on the baby, and it was just it really wasn't it wasn't doing anything.
Now, how did you try and check?
I guess I just looked, and it wasn't anything.
Okay. So you said you took the baby out of the toilet and laid it where?
Just on the ground.
Although Emily's story may be true, it seems the detective is reluctant to believe her and might be suspecting that she's withholding a darker truth.
And we talked about this last night, and I explained to you that the pathologist is going to be able to tell
Yeah, if it was true.
the cause of death on the child.
Mm-hmm.
And did you do anything physically to?
No, I didn't do anything physically. Obviously, I didn't do much at all. I was more concerned about me than I was.
Detective Maley's notes reveal that Emily expressed concern, stating, "I don't want this to seem like I intentionally killed the kid." When asked if she choked the baby, she answered, "There's no way I could even comprehend something like that." Though Emily stands by her story, an autopsy report will later shed light on this tragic mystery. For now, the detective shifts the conversation to what Emily did next after giving birth.
All right, two disturbing things. Like I said, trigger warning, but I mean, me personally, I want to slap the shit out of her, really. But she did something to that baby. The baby was born alive. It was moving. I don't know, it could have been making a noise. And I think that startled her, and she decided to suffocate the baby. I think that that's exactly what she did. She decided to wrap that baby up and suffocate him inside that bag. The baby could have fully been rushed to the hospital, made sure everything was okay, and she decided not to do that. What's very disturbing to me is that she had this whole conversation on the phone from her no good ass fucking mom. And she's sitting up there and they're laughing and making jokes about her unaliving your own grandchild. That is beyond disturbing to me. They're literally talking about it as if it was a and I wouldn't listen. I love pets, right? But they're talking about it as if it was a litter, a dog, or a dog, a baby, a puppy from a litter. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's but that's very disturbing for me. I let's just say like that. Like, that is just very, 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 very disturbing for me. That she's having this whole nonchalant, laughing conversation with her mom. If anything, I would thought that her mom would be just distraught and like, oh my God, and I can't believe it, and all the stuff like that. Like, I would think that. Are you crazy? Listen, we got to call the police. You got to tell what's happened. No, they're having conversations as in, oh, well, this is going to go to court. You know what you got to say, right? Oh, I hope they don't show the pictures in court and everything because, it's going to make me look worse. Well, you just need to close your eyes then. And, oh, did anybody come by the house? Yeah, they came by the house and they tried to come through the bathroom and they knocked on the back door. But I didn't let them in. Like, you know what? At this point, like mother, like daughter, I'm surprised that she even made it. Yes, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Joanne said, I had a big one, but he was born blue. All of a sudden, 5 people dressed in white scrubs came running into the living room. They brought him back. Very scary. Yes, absolutely, Joanne. Absolutely. It is very scary when the baby turned blue. Very scary, especially when they have jaundice too as well. But I'm glad he was brought back. This is what happens when girls don't get dolls as kids. Lord have mercy, Brucey. Stop it. I'm about to put you in the corner. I'm about to put you in the corner. I'm about to put you in the corner. You have to understand, Brucey. I don't like I guess now growing up, I don't think that giving young girls dolls is appropriate. I think we need to find better toys for our daughters. We shouldn't just be having toys for them, prepping them to be mothers or Susie Bake ovens to be wives. That's not cool. You know why? And the only reason why I say that is because we don't have those same type of toys that teaches boys to be fathers or husbands. They get G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. Okay. Brucey said, "Uh-oh, I think I'm gonna get put in the corner. I'm just saying, don't dolls give a little girl a sense of stop it, Brucey. Stop it. Stop it. Don't pets do that too?" Let's go.
She briefly explains that she laid in bed, sleeping off and on through minor stomach pains until about 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
So then my roommate was like, well, what do you do for dinner?
And who was that?
Paige.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't really know. So then we just decided to go to McDonald's, at the airport McDonald's.
So how did you get there?
I drove.
Mm-hmm. She go with you?
Yeah, like, felt fine. Went to our room, sat there, ate it. Then I showered. Everything felt fine. I felt fine. So after I showered, I got on the computer. I started typing. I had a presentation due today, so I started doing it, and I didn't look anything up about the situation on the computer. So I started to look that up, but I didn't look anything up on the computer. I just did my presentation, and then that's when fire department showed up and came upstairs and asked if I was okay, if I felt fine. I said yes, and then that's when everyone, the police department, whoever, came up.
What Emily did with the child following the birth will soon come to light in her own harrowing admission.
I want you to think about this. You know that there's going to be an autopsy on her.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we've went over this, and I've got your answers to those questions. If any of that's not true, what you told me, I need to hear that from you, because it's going to look much better on you if we hear it from you rather than hear it from the doctor.
Yeah. If I was going to intentionally look at it, though, I would have not put its head up and just let it drown. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I intentionally inflicted harm on my kids.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
Did you try and keep her alive?
I didn't do anything to keep her alive. No.
So they told me it's going to come down to who do they believe, me or the coroner?
As police arrive on campus and begin to question Emily, Logan sends a panicked message, reading, "What did you do?" When asked what happened immediately following the birth, Emily begins recounting her actions. After giving birth, she describes going to the kitchen and returning with a knife which she used to cut the umbilical cord. Emily vividly recounts the baby's final movements before claiming they stopped altogether. Afterward, she admits she disposed of the baby's body and other evidence in a black trash bag. Emily then lay down on the couch for around 15 minutes, leaving the trash bag on the bathroom floor.
Then after that, once I felt like I could walk, I went out and I took outside. And I sat just right by the house, it was trash day. Like I could have took it to like the trash bins, like the trash hadn't gone out or anything, but I just sat it there. And I came back in, and I was still losing blood, so I just like laid like on the couch.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Why did you just set her right outside the door and not somewhere else?
I just didn't know. I didn't want to like travel. Like I didn't want to throw her like in the trash bin, like the garbage people to like throw, like just throw in the trash can. So at one point I thought about burying her, but I didn't want to like take her like away, and then because I wasn't in like, I felt like the safest like position yet, because I was laying down and I was still losing blood, so I was just like, well, maybe I need to go if something doesn't stop soon. But then slowly like started settling down.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
So it is what I confirmed. She put that baby inside that garbage bag and suffocated the baby. She said that she didn't do anything, but you did do something. You put the baby in the garbage can, you went downstairs, laid on the couch for 15 minutes. You suffocated that baby. And then you went back up to check if the baby was gone. And then to double down to make sure that she was gone, you took her outside and put her on the side of the house in a cold night. Then went to go lay yourself back down because you started feeling woozy because you was losing a lot of blood because of the tearing. And in her mind, she truly believes that she didn't do anything. She truly believes it. She didn't do anything. Now, it scared me when they said that she went and got a knife. Apparently, she just went and got a knife for the umbilical cord. But I'm wondering what the coroner is going to say. I'm hoping that the coroner doesn't say that she ended up stabbing that poor baby. And not only just using that knife for cutting the umbilical cord. I'm hoping. I'm really do hoping. But it's already clear as day that she definitely tied up that bag and suffocated that baby. Because she didn't check at all to see if the baby was alive or not. She admitted that herself, that she didn't do anything. So she wasn't checking to see if it was a pulse, making noise, chest was pumping up and down. She didn't check and do anything of that. What she did was wrap it up in the garbage bag, left it on the bathroom floor, went back and checked in 15 minutes, probably didn't hear anything, probably didn't feel no movements or nothing, took it outside, let it sit out there for an hour or so or whatever not, but then she started to get woozy, and then her frat sisters was the ones who found that garbage bag with the baby inside. Hysterical. It is rough. I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Man. This one is really rough. It's really, really sad one. It's really, really rough. Really rough. Let's go on.
I mean, I probably should have, but I just didn't
Okay.
feel like there was anything left to do. I just thought the baby was gone.
Though we may never know what Emily had been thinking, rising tensions between Emily and Logan shed a horrifying light on a situation that foreshadowed the tragic events that would soon follow. While accusing Emily of drinking throughout her pregnancy, he tells her she might as well just kill it. Despite Emily's grim admissions and the incriminating texts, investigators still have no clear proof of exactly what happened to the baby. However, the coroner's report will soon reveal harrowing details about the child's tragic death. For now, it appears as though the detective is searching for any sign of remorse from Emily as he asks her one final question.
Can you sum this up with how you feel about this?
I wish I could be like rebound situation. Yes.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
I just wish it was like you could go back and I could have like called 911, but I didn't. So
With enough evidence to charge Emily with the crime, she's taken to jail, a bond set for $1 million. While behind bars, conversations with her mom, Sandra, continue as Emily faces a critical decision to prove her innocence.
I have to go to court at 2:30 today. I either have to take 15 years or go to trial. The prosecutor just came out at me and was like, well, we're going to drop if you plead out to this, we're going to drop your two tampering with evidence charges because you've been good while you've been in jail. But he said it comes down to you knowing this whole time about it, having conversations about it, and it just looks bad on you. So to go to trial, you think this is a good decision? I think it's your best option. All right. All I can tell you to do is pray about it. Okay.
Resolved to take the case to trial, Sandra reveals their attorney's strategy to present Emily with a positive image in front of the jury.
He was telling me that, or explaining, I need to get you about 4 outfits together, and I need you to look young, but not like a nun. Conservative, young looking, but not like a nun. He didn't say anything about makeup or anything. I know, I feel like I can't have it. Oh, well, it's okay. You look better when you're pale anyway. I feel like I'm going to look pretty rough. My hair's going to look ridiculous. Just have somebody braid it.
In a tearful moment, Emily reflects after a discussion with her attorney, describing her feelings toward the crime in the face of the upcoming verdict.
He was like, how would you find yourself? And then he's like, whoa, did you say you're going to find yourself in this? Of course I'm going to find myself guilty. I feel. That's what I've always felt.
On July 29, 2015, after declining the 15-year plea deal, 20-year-old Emily Weaver pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Though her motive remains unclear, the defense argued she may have been suffering from a dissociative episode due to having an unperceived pregnancy. In a statement by Emily, she explained, I didn't identify it as a human being, adding, I wasn't associating it as a baby. It was an it. At the trial, the devastating...
What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? I said that she didn't associate the child as a baby. She looked at it as a thing. She looked at it as an other. And it made perfect sense that her defense attorney, if she didn't want to take the plea deal and just do 15 years, that they would go off of her having postpartum depression and being being distraught for having a kid, thinking about everything has changed. Her whole life has changed. Even her body has changed from in the blink of an eye. It's a good case. It's a strong case, right? But I don't know if it's going to really work. And the reason why I don't think it's going to work is because they have those damaging phone calls while she was locked up with her mom. She showed no remorse then. She didn't show any remorse or feeling guilty, feeling ashamed. She at all, even in the interrogation with the detective. She was so indifferent. She did not care at all. She willingly admitted that she was more concerned about herself than the child. She even giggled and laughed about the situation. Those things are damaging because it shows character. And they will believe that if she's acting the way that she's acting, and having conversations the way that she's having conversations with her mother or with the interviewer, she had to feel the same way when the incident occurred with the baby. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. So I hope they definitely take that into consideration. And I know that's what the prosecutor is going to use. They're going to use those phone calls. Probably that's the reason why we even see it on this video, because they did use it as evidence towards the case due to her psyche. Those phone calls was very damaging. She said it herself. Who are they going to be? It's going to come down to them believing me or the coroner. What grieving newborn mother will be more concerned about whether if anybody is going to believe her or what the coroner says? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like even I'll say when I was in high school, right? When I was in high school, and some of the girls, when they found out they were pregnant and stuff like that, yeah, they were scared, they were crying and all the stuff like that. They was more scared and crying that their mama was gonna beat their ass, you know. And then it was also fearful about like later on when they were further on in term and they still was in school, they were more concerned about whether or not that they was gonna be a good mom. They was like, the father don't want to deal with me anymore. I know this is going to be hard. I don't think I'm going to have the type of help that I'm going to have. I might have to leave school. I might not be able to go to college now, because of this. That's what they were more concerned about, She don't care. She don't care at all. But let's see if it plays out. Let's see if it works for her. I don't think it's going to work for her. Like I said, the phone calls are very damaging. I don't think it's going to work for her at all. Miss Joanne said, I think that I can honestly say that we all feel the same way about this one. Yeah. Yeah. She's going to have a rough time in jail, so she should. Yeah. Yeah. Grr. This woman. I know, right, Miss Joanne? I know. This is sad, but we're almost there, guys.
The truth of what happened to the child was finally revealed. According to the autopsy, the coroner concluded the baby died of asphyxiation. On May 13, 2016, a jury found her guilty of aggravated murder, abuse of a corpse, and 2 counts of tampering with evidence. Emily Weaver was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. However, in December 2022, the case was reopened after an appeal argued that her life sentence did not accurately reflect the nature of the crime and that her punishment was not consistent with similar cases. In November 2023, Emily was resentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 20 years. She's currently incarcerated at the Dayton Correctional Institution in Ohio, where she will be eligible for parole in 2035.
So, like I said, I didn't think it was going to work, and I was proven right. It didn't work. The phone calls was very, very damaging. So that's why they felt that it was malicious what she did. They felt like she did it in spite of her relationship going sour and the interactions that she was having with her ex-boyfriend. And she purposely did what she did to her daughter. She did not have I guess what you call a manic episode. They did not believe that she went into postpartum depression that quickly. Not in her case. And I understand why, because a lot of her steps, if you listen to a lot of her steps that she was telling the detective, she thought about what she did. She thought about being very quiet when she was in the bathroom having the child. She thought about being very sneaky, being able to put the child in the garbage bag. She left the child in the garbage bag and went downstairs for 15 minutes, came back up, grabbed the garbage bag, put the garbage bag outside of the house. She said that she didn't want to go walk and throw it in the trash can. She didn't want to go walk and throw it in the bins that was in front of the house because she didn't want the baby to be, picked up by the garbage can. That shows that she had cognitive thought. She was putting a lot of logic and reasoning into the steps that she did that day. Even though we all know that those were wrong mistakes, she still made them with conscious thought. That's why she was given life. She intended to unalive her child in that way. It wasn't a fluke accident. It wasn't the baby was wrapped up and she left the baby somewhere wrapped up nice and warm. And by the time somebody found the baby died due to natural circumstances, not getting food within a certain time, drink within a certain time, the weather, climate. It wasn't because of anything of that. She made sure that that baby was not breathing. Damaging messages that she sent the ex boyfriend. Yes, I took care of it. You don't have to worry about it. You had a daughter. She had dark hair and she had eyes like you. Show spitefulness. That's why. Now, the fact that her case was pretty much reopened and she got an appeal, which that's not common, but she got an appeal. And what they're talking about, how she got this time that she got didn't really justify what was the actual what the actual case was about. I can understand why they would say that, right? And that is because this is a situation where a young woman had a child, and at this point she probably didn't want to be a mother. She was scared. She was a wreck. She was thinking about her college life. Her life flashed before her eyes type of situation, right? And they felt that the time that they gave her was someone who, let's say if it was a babysitter watching your child and they deliberately banged your child on their head or threw them across the room or something like that, and purposely wanted to harm that child. That's why they thought about the whole case and scenario about what happened and when it happened and how the timeline occurred. She still deserved the 25 years to life sentence, but they did give her parole. So she might be out in 2035. Who knows? It's a sad situation nonetheless. Prayers to that poor little baby. It's unfortunate that you was born to two individuals who are not parents. And I wish that we will we could stop those type of situations from happening. They don't happen as often, but they still do. And it's a sad case. It's a very sad case. Let's see. She strangled her own baby. She stuffed something in that baby's mouth. Pure wicked. Very calculated. Yes, very, very calculated. I don't like these type of cases, but like I said, we have to review them so we can understand, right? We learn here, we understand things, and now we can start picking up on things when we see it, right? Even to people's verbiage, the words that they use, everything. I am here to make sure that everybody have all the tools that they possibly can to understand what is going around with us. All right, good folks. Those are the cases that I had for you today. I hope that you enjoyed them. We are at our 4 hour and 17 minutes mark. Truly, truly appreciate it. Again, thank you so much for rocking out with me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you decided to rock out with me. Excuse me for all the technical difficulties that I possibly could have been happening while we was going through the live stream. I know it wasn't as worse as the other one the other day, but nonetheless, my apologies on it. We are about to have a severe northeastern storm in a couple of hours, right? So I have to go ahead and get ready to put on my Super Saver cap and everything to be prepared to help individuals during this time. Again, for all my East Coast Northeasterners and up top people, make sure you have your survival kit. Make sure you have food in your house. Make sure you have plenty of water. And if you have to travel out, make sure you have your survival kit inside your car. I will tell you the items that you need to have just in case of emergency. Make sure you have plenty of blankets. Make sure you are layering up. It's 5 degrees here in New York. Make sure you're layering up. If you can put chains on your tire, put chains on your tires so you will have traction and you won't be slipping and sliding, because it's going to be brutal out here on these roads. Make sure you keep a gallon of water in your car, okay? Make sure you have a knife in your car just in case if you have an accident and you hit another car, you can literally cut yourself out your seatbelt so you don't suffocate yourself, okay? Make sure all the things in your car is working, your lights, everything, alternator, whatever. If you still have time to do this, and if you know how to do it yourself, because I don't know what time it is for certain individual, but if you're on the same time as me, it should be around like 9 o'clock or so. Make sure you everything is prepared if you have to go out. If you don't have to go out, if you're home, make sure you have heat in your house. Make sure you've filled up your oil. Make sure you have food in your house. Make sure you have water in your house. If you have a generator, keep that at hand. We don't know what type of electrical problems and issues we're going to have in the morning. All right, we might go black. Okay, right? We might have a blackout. So you have to have all these things together. Okay, please know how to survive. All right. And I will see you guys on the next one. Pray for me and wish me luck. Okay. Thank you so much for rocking out for me. I'll talk to you later, everyone.